Is taxation theft? Technically, it's agreed up. It's agreed. You collectively agree to tax yourselves, right? In theory, I think a lot of people have an issue with how it's done. I would say. Is taxation theft? Yes or no? I'm not gonna answer. I'm not gonna give you a simple answer. I'm sorry. Like, the world is complicated. Okay. No, that's not it. Man, I want to read this book. Is there a summary? Man. Okay, right here. Yeah.
All right, Sagar, what's on your radar?
Well, Fox Business reporter Charles Gasparino shocked the political world yesterday when he reported that President Barack Obama is anxious about the rise of Bernie Sanders in national polls and is even considering making a public statement addressing it because he's so distressed about democratic socialism. As the days inch closer to the Iowa caucuses, I am again struck by the similarities to the 2016 presidential primary on the Republican side. Bernie is just like Trump in that the entire Democratic establishment and media essentially spent the last year trying to convince themselves and everyone else that he's a joke. Ironically, this is probably the best thing that could have ever happened to him. He couldn't rely on earned media in order to get his message out, so he relied on social media instead. That ended up yielding him the largest organically acquired war chest in the entire primary. He's got plenty of staff, but it's as if he hardly needs them. The social media army of donors has also transformed themselves into one of the largest grassroots volunteer organizations seen since the 2008 Obama campaign. All of this was organized on the internet, completely without the support of the elite media, the DNC, or rich donors. So right now, when those three groups wake up, realize what's happening, they literally can't do anything. It's precisely what happened with Donald Trump. People basically called him a joke, dismissed his high poll numbers as a mirage until about a week before the Iowa caucuses. I was here in D.C. I'll never forget it. The phrase, "he might actually win," began to be whispered everywhere. But here's the thing. By that time, it was too late because Trump basically had all the same things going for him, absent the donors, since he was already rich. The train had already left the station. No amount of billionaire funding, never Trumpers on media, or even more could actually stop it. One of the signature moments of the establishment's last gasp against Trump was this moment.
Here's what I know. Donald Trump is a phony, a fraud. His promises are as worthless as a degree from Trump University.
Hey, Ben. Welcome.
He's playing the members of the American public for suckers. He gets a free ride to the White House, and all we get is a lousy hat.
How did that work out? Well, I think we all remember this iconic photo from a few short months later. Romney was shocked to find out that Trump actually knew a lot more about what GOP voters wanted than he did. Obama is in for the same lesson if he were to actually speak out against Sanders. Sanders' sky-high favorability ratings and trust ratings on the key issues of healthcare are exactly how GOP voters trusted Trump more than any other politician on the issue of immigration. Ultimately, this might even be a moot comparison. I don't think Obama will actually speak out against Sanders. A few other reporters said that other sources in Obama world scoffed at the idea that he might do so. So don't mistake this, though, for being okay with the Sanders candidacy. Instead, recognize it as self-interest. Bernie has favorability ratings and support amongst the youngest Americans who got especially screwed over by the Obama presidency. It would do long-term, massive damage to Obama's brand. And Obama, after all, has the Clinton enrichment route, except on steroids. Himself and Michelle Obama have basically turned themselves into vapid Instagram influencers. And the thing about Instagram influencers is that you have to stay well-liked by everybody, especially when your entire shtick is that you're a cool guy ex-president who hangs out with billionaires on their private islands, and then your wife goes on stadium tours. The Obamas literally can't afford to alienate young people because that would mean less people might buy their books or tune out from whatever vapid Netflix special that they decide to produce with their production company, which we all know was given to them because of their vast experience in the film industry. And it's funny, Crystal, that ultimately the capitalist concerns of Obama will probably stop him from ever actually intervening in the primary against Bernie. But ironically, even if he did, it would, A, destroy his own personal brand.
It would.
And I think it would actually spew more people towards Sanders.
It's hard to say what would happen. I mean, he is the one person that I think could really change the dynamics of this race potentially.
If he endorsed Biden.
If he endorsed Biden, I think
Hey,
that would
Angels.
be the move rather than, it just looks ugly if you come out and say, not this guy.
Right.
Especially at a time when we've had it beaten into our heads for years now. Unity, unity, unity. Whoever gets nominated, we all have to support them, right? We never, that caveat of unless it's Bernie Sanders was conveniently never added. But the other thing with Obama is he's never liked to get his hands dirty in politics. He likes to sort of passive aggressively opine, scold people who are too woke on Twitter, the activist base, which by the way, were the people that put you into office. Like this idealistic anti-war movement is what actually brought him into office, but he doesn't have much use for them nowadays. He didn't have much use
they don't
for
pay
them.
very well.
Right, and he didn't have much use for them when he was in office either. But he doesn't want to get actually in the muck and the mud with this.
Yeah,
Really,
I'm a
that would
little,
tarnish his image
I'm a little
because you're right,
tired.
It would be such.
But it's been a pretty tough week, I would say. So yeah, so I didn't get the job at Abundant Housing, so which I was kind of half expecting, but I have to refocus now, so that's never easy. In a way, it's a good thing. It's a good thing because I have to. This lets me focus like more on the Yang campaign, and I do think that was part of the issue. Local politics is very different from the stuff I'm doing with Yang right now. So, but it is disappointing, Yeah, and my sleep schedule's been all over the place, and my throat isn't better yet. So.
A schism in the Democratic Party, and if you worry about everybody coming together after the nomination and backing whoever
so much going on,
the ultimate nominee is, something like this could absolutely destroy that kind of unity. You would have a good number of people who say, "Forget it, I'm done."
Yeah, it would. And
part of me really thinks that Bernie is paying these folks to say nice things about him, but I don't know. I don't have proof, so. There's been a lot. They've been saying a lot about Bernie. They've been giving him a lot of attention. I think the money he raised last quarter are going to things like this because, he loves the media, man. He loves attention. So, wouldn't surprise me. I tried looking jobs in other states. I'm not at that point yet, but I may have to consider that at some point. But right now, I just gotta kind of see. So this relates to the campaign as well, right? So depending on how Andrew Yang does even in the early states, I have a better idea where things are going. So yeah, so a lot of things are up in the air. It's a lot of uncertainty, and my mom is no help. She tries to give me advice, but I'm like, I don't know. She's been a government worker her whole life, the world doesn't work like that anymore. Nobody gets pensions, and so
really, people do forget. Everyone's like, "Oh, the Democratic faithful, they love Obama." I think that's true. But ultimately, what do you need to do if you want to win back the White House? Who are all these people who went from Obama to Trump? Think about how dramatic it takes in order to make that vote. And also remember this. These are the people most let down by the Obama administration. They voted for Barack Hussein Obama twice, right? The people who, by the way, are supposedly racist.
Depending on what you've been doing, it might be to help. Well, let me So I'll send you my resume. Is she a burn? No, no, she's not. She my mom gave me money. My mom gave me money to support Yang, but she's doing it for me. I don't think she cares.
And they said they gave their faith in this man to bail them out from the financial
She's doing it
crisis,
for me,
bring back their
not for
jobs,
Yang,
stop
you know what I mean?
The total
That kind of
loss
thing.
of manufacturing. Instead, what ended up happening? The literal opposite. So they turned to Donald Trump. Now, ultimately, if Obama were to speak out against somebody, that might actually encourage people who are independents. And like I said, young people who were most destroyed by the Obama presidency. I mean, look at the student debt numbers and the household debt and the amount of people who lost their jobs and their houses.
It's a start.
All of that
She hates Tulsi though. So I gotta be careful with that. She really hates Tulsi. So, man, I should make some tea. I think a hot drink would be better than what I'm drinking right now. Yeah, so she's, yeah, because Tulsi's from Hawaii, right? And then my mom works in the Department of Education back there. So, you know, so the Tulsi family, Tulsi clan or whatever, they're very politically active in Hawaii. And she does not like them.
him
Yeah.
and never
I don't know
gave it
why,
back. Like,
what,
the
but-
structural
But you know her,
the
right? You
structural
know
block of
her.
the American economy is very much at his feet.
You know her.
And
You know how she can
I
be.
think that if he were to speak out, it might have a very counter effect.
Yeah.
Because people have a lot of personal affection for Obama, but go out and ask normal people, even Democrats like Andrew Yang, when he's like, you know what? Obama broke my heart. I think that's true across this entire
Well,
country.
I think too.
Obama
when
broke
seen the
my
points,
heart.
yes, personal
That should be a
affection
song.
For him as a man, as a family man, all of that, yes. But then when you ask people, do you want to continue the Obama ways or do you want to do something different? You get a much different answer, which tells you, I mean, look, last time he thought that if he just laid his hands on Hillary Clinton, that he was so beloved, which he was, and he was popular at the time among the broad public, that would be enough to get her elected. Obviously, it wasn't, right? So nothing could be better for Bernie Sanders' brand than having all of the elites of the Democratic establishment clearly line up in opposition to him, not in support of Joe, but directly in opposition to him. We said Jim Messina
Right.
going on, what was it, on
Oh, we're
Morning
gonna play
Joe?
the- we're gonna play the clip
play
later.
that later,
Yeah.
but him saying, you know, Bernie would be the worst candidate. All these things only help Bernie Sanders, so please continue. Please proceed.
Yeah, well, she's not wrong about that. I mean, you know, I don't know if Obama really is a positive asset anymore. The Democratic Party seems to think so, but I think that's nostalgia, man. I think he's neutral. You know, maybe you might get a slight. I don't know. It's hard to say, right? Like it's like if this was a few years ago, yeah, if you got Obama endorsement, that's great. But now I'm like, I don't know. You know, it could go either way. No one else can, to be. Yeah, I get it. No, man. If Yang, like, see, that would be like if Yang turned out to be a NIMBY, right? Oh, that would break my heart. I'd be like, no, not you, not you, not you, Andrew Yang. I did say that if Yang turns out to be a NIMBY, I'm not going to support him anymore, you know. But that probably won't happen. Probably, you know. Oh man, I need to make a video because I missed yesterday. It's not a good thing, you know. I knew I should have saved my videos, you know, spaced them out. I said one a day, but I broke my own rule. Now I missed a day, and that sucks. So I've also been busy doing things in the real world, you know, real world. It's a lot. It's a lot when you talk to real people in the meat space, so to speak. Okay. Give me a second. I'm gonna go. I'll just leave a video on and then make some tea. Still haven't gotten up. It's pretty early here. Normally I start streaming around noon. But I have a lot of things to do today. Say they will vote for Trump. You are real. Like, yeah, I know you're real, but you know what I mean. You're not a bot. Well, you're a very well programmed bot if you are. Yes, yes. Okay, I'm just gonna find some random Yang video right now and then make myself some tea. I think that'll help my throat a bit. Yeah, go, there we go, live. Oh wait, no. Damn it. Okay, this sounds interesting. Yeah, be right back.
Joe Rogan says he will probably vote for Bernie Sanders, but the reaction to that news is mixed.
Yeah, see, they're
Tim
making
Rising
a
is here joining us, our
shitload of
Democratic
Bernie
strategist
videos. I
Colin
think they're getting
Rohero
paid.
and Capitol Hill reporter at the Daily Caller, Henry Rogers. Two great friends of the show. Good to see you guys.
Thanks for having us.
Brought you here specifically to weigh in on the dumbest controversy.
Yeah, this is the dumbest. First of all, Joe Rogan said on his show that he was going to vote, probably going to vote for Bernie Sanders. Let's take a listen to that.
I believe in him. I like him. I like him a lot. What Bernie stands for is a guy who, well, look, you could dig up dirt on every single human being that's ever existed if you catch them in their worst moment and you magnify those moments and you cut out everything else and you only display those worst moments. That said, you can't find very many with Bernie. He's been insanely consistent his entire life. He's basically been saying the same thing, been for the same thing his whole life.
Well, it's funny, Colin, because this guy has one of the biggest platforms on the planet, #1 podcast. Everybody knows his stats, but people are saying, "Oh, he said some terrible things about, he's not an ally to the trans community, or he's not an ally to whatever. He's very politically incorrect and uses foul language, and that's why Bernie
interviews bad people."
Exactly, he interviews bad people like Alex Jones and all this. So I think it is just the height of it's insane the amount of PC kind of policing that they're trying to put on somebody who says they're going to vote, and on the campaign for highlighting one of the most influential people in America, and saying that he should reject his endorsement. It's just ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. And look, Joe Rogan is a cool guy. Joe Rogan interviews people who you would deem good and bad, depending on what side of the political spectrum you're on.
Yeah.
And look, who doesn't want to hang out and talk to a guy who can kick your and also can make you laugh your off? Okay. I mean, look, this guy's a great guy. And so, look, this is more this liberal puritanism at work here, right? And ultimately, it weakens the party, it weakens the argument. You can't have a team if you fight more internally than you do against the external factor you want to win against. So I find it silly.
Let me just put an example of the type of tweet. I mean, this is trending on Twitter. This is not just like something we pulled up. This was all over Twitter. Here's one of the examples. Joe Rogan had friendly interviews with with Milo Yiannopoulos. Jordan Peterson yelled, "You're an effing man," about a trans woman. I mean, look, I'm not saying everything Joe Rogan said is something that Bernie Sanders should sign off on, but the insanity of saying that this person said or did this bad thing and you are associated with them, ergo you are responsible for all these bad things, supposedly bad or wrong things that this person, it's just insane.
No, I think it's the moderate party, the moderate liberal Democratic Party here trying to, weigh in and get Bernie Sanders out of this race again. Because who does not want a Joe Rogan endorsement?
Of course.
Joe Rogan is one of the most listened to people in the world.
Yeah, I know, literally.
His platform is massive.
Right.
So the fact that people are criticizing Bernie Sanders because Joe Rogan's decided, hey, listen, Bernie's not that bad of a guy.
Right.
I think he's honestly like a down-to-earth guy. I think it's crazy.
Well,
I think this is all about
and
media
all of
power.
those begged to go, and Warren.
Yeah, according to Joe, actually, Pete Buttigieg, Warren, and Biden's campaign all asked to go on Rogan.
And he was
told
like,
him,
exactly.
he said,
Of
quote,
course.
eat shit. So, I mean, I respect that.
Of course.
But that's the fascinating thing, Colin, is we're all here, we're DC people, but if you ask most people inside the Beltway, they think that Morning Joe is more influential than Joe Rogan. And I think it's a fundamental misunderstanding of the internet. And during the break, you were talking about how people in DC do not understand why a person would vote for Sanders. I think the same is true for Trump. Could you explain that a little bit? Because you are one of these people as well, and you work in this system.
Kind of. I do, but the system has never liked me that much.
Right.
I walk the borderline between acceptable by the establishment and not. So let's be clear. Look, I think that the inside the Beltway talking class is kind of like an echo chamber. So people start saying the same thing, believing that, and after it's said enough, it becomes common knowledge. They're inherently out of touch with what real people on the ground are thinking, right? Like when they say, "Oh, Bernie has no chance of winning," or "Bernie's the worst candidate," they're missing out on what America is actually saying and feeling, right? That's not where America is, and I think that's part of the weakness of, we're experts and they're not, and that's just not how it works. Because everybody said Donald Trump had no chance in the Republican primary, and he's been the president for almost 4 years now.
I mean, no normal person watching that, very nice, just very sort of honest. He stood for the same thing. I trust the guy. I like him. No one coming from someone who has a massive platform and following, no one would watch that in their right mind and go, "Oh, this is terrible." No. But I'll tell you, I mean, when I tweeted about this, I had someone write back to me, "Well, you must just be a racist then."
Yes.
That's the level of the discourse.
I just don't get it. I think it's just people truly trying to derail Bernie Sanders' campaign.
Yeah, it is.
Like, this is, Joe Rogan, the #1 watched person in America, and his podcast is the biggest thing in this planet.
Yeah.
Tweeting his support is crazy. And I was like, when I saw that, I was like, wow, middle America is going to really, you don't really understand how big a Joe Rogan endorsement is, I don't think.
Well, I remember
way bigger than New York
when we
Times.
talked to Tulsi
way
Gabbard,
bigger.
she was saying people come to her rallies and say, "I heard about you from Joe Rogan." I mean, I think that
Andrew Yang really broke out as a force after his appearance on Joe Rogan. That's how much sort of king-making ability he has here. But yeah, I mean, it's just remarkable to the hypocrisy. When Hillary Clinton was getting endorsed by Jay-Z, remember Fox News was running all the here's his worst lyrics and how could she? I mean, first we're all this is ridiculous. And it was ridiculous. But now those same people who said that is ridiculous are doing the same thing to Bernie on this. I mean, not to mention, look, Hillary Clinton just went and sat down with Howard Stern, who was saying way more outrageous things than Joe Rogan ever did, and nobody batted an eyelash.
Sorry. Does Bernie pull back? Because he did on Shank. Remember that on Shank. Whenever on that. So do you think that he'll? I mean, he did already tweet it out, which is some sort of indication. But the backlash to this seems to be similar to the backlash against Shank. And frankly, Joe said a lot more stuff than Shank ever did.
Yeah,
do you think he's going to back down like he did with Cenk Uygur?
Absolutely not. And if he asked me, I'd tell him not to. Joe Rogan talks to a whole group of people that the New York Times, that all of the political kind of stuff he doesn't talk to.
I was interested in. Oh, hey, Gobbiness, it's been a while. Wow, Tom Steyer. Yeah, Tom Steyer. It's weird, but I was like, what the? I'm warming up to Tom Steyer now. I'm kind of like, oh. See, I already retweeted. I was like, oh, maybe he's not such a bad guy after all, even though he's a billionaire, And then, of course, Bernie is like, oh yeah, I can't be seen talking to you, right? He's kind of like that. I mean, yeah, he can't, because that's his whole platform. He's supposed to be like railing against billionaires and stuff. So it's kind of interested. So what does he say? Okay, I missed it. Where is? Oh, there's no closed caption. So okay, wait. Sorry if this is a repeat.
Almost 4 years now.
I mean, no normal person watching that, very nice, just very sort of honest. You know, he stood for the same thing. I trust the guy. I like him. No one
But Joe Rogan is getting a flack from the far left because a lot of people think they call him alt-right. You know, he thinks he's like a Trumper or whatever. Like, Steyer's strategy is being nice to candidates with an internet following, I think. You're probably not wrong about that. I think his strategy is just to be nice to people. And you know what? It's working to some degree. You know? Like what was it? What was the one? Tom Steyer polls. Yeah, he got 15% in South Carolina. That is insane. Okay, well, we don't need to read the article. But, Bernie's campaign has been very, very aggressive. and it's a little much. They've been instructing his supporters to tell Yang people to when is Yang going to drop out? You know, I had a few of them come in here, but they were doing that in real life too when I was at the canvassing event these past week. So I don't know why. I mean, I don't even know what they're doing. Like. One, it's a waste of time to talk to. Like, there's so many things wrong with that on so many levels. It's just like it's a waste of time to try to convert your opponents. You know, that's like the basic of like politics. You know, like you should be talking to people in the middle or undecided. You know, if you like trying to convert your opponents is like a real time suck. You know, so they're wasting a lot of time doing that. And they come off as very aggressive and disrespectful. And what is that helping, you know? I don't know. This is why I don't think he has any chance of winning. Like, this is all just puffery.
Coming from someone who has a massive platform and following, no one would watch that in their right mind and go, "Oh, this is terrible." No. But I'll tell you, I mean, when I tweeted about this, I had someone write back to me, "Well, you must just be a racist then." Yes. Like, that's the level of the discourse.
Right. I just don't get it. I think it's just people truly trying to derail Bernie Sanders' campaign. Yeah, it is. Like, this is, like, Joe Rogan, the number one watched person in America, and, like, his podcast is the biggest thing in this planet. Yeah. Tweeting his support is crazy. And I was like, when I saw that, I was like, wow, middle America is going to really, like, you don't really understand how big a Joe Rogan endorsement is, I don't think.
Well, I remember.
Way bigger than New York Times.
We talked to Tulsi Gabbard.
Will Yang recover from missing on the debate? Yeah, it's fine. Nobody gives a shit. Turns out that nobody gives a shit. But this is, okay, actually, I should show this. Give me a sec. So this is how we're gonna win. So there's this that everyone's talking about, right? We had a surge. Okay, I think I don't know. It doesn't even matter. Nothing matters, okay? Joe Rogan doesn't matter. Joe Rogan, you could say that maybe Joe Rogan is trying to like you know, muck up the inside of the campaign, you know, by doing that. Who knows? And even then, his support wasn't like, yeah, you know, he was just like, yeah, I'll probably vote for Bernie, you know. So, oh, I haven't seen this one.
just mentioned you've been speaking to Vice President Joe Biden about the fourth industrial revolution. Could we see you as a VP candidate?
Well, I've said already that I want to help solve these problems as president, but the problems are going to be here anyway. So if it's not as president, as vice president, also great. Some other capacity, fine too. I just want to help make the country a better place for my kids.
Yang media blackout again. It's just like, hey, Yang surge. Oh wait, here's a video of him dropping out. You know. Anyway, we have 8% on a national poll, so this is the highest we've ever been. And so apparently the debates did not matter at all. And the big thing though, big thing is that, where is it? Man, I've been posting a lot. There it is. Okay, so it's this thing. Yeah, so here's what's going on in Iowa right now. We have over 1,000 volunteers that flew into Iowa just to support Yang. Now that's fucking crazy. Like people who came from like Ireland and Denmark and all around the country, they're flying into Iowa of all places. I even have a friend who she's flying into Iowa this week or next week. And then, so Yang is like top 3 for a lot of the people who are actually going to do the caucus, you know. And the way a caucus work is really weird because it's like a sort of game where you play and then you have people representing each campaign. And then the goal is to try to pull them in by, you know, conversations. It's really, really different from like spending bajillions of dollars on TV ads like Bloomberg and Steyer are doing right now. I can't go anywhere without seeing a Steyer ad. No wonder he's polling well, you know. But the polls are different from actual voting, you know. And so if we can maintain the momentum that we have right now, there's a chance that we can overtake all of the front runners. Honestly, it probably won't happen. I would love for it to happen, but it'll probably happen after the early states. Like, you know, the time that we need to win is Super Tuesday, you know, March 3rd. So we still have time then, but you know, 2 weeks from now is the Iowa. Then it's New Hampshire, and all we have to do is do well in them. You know, we can like rank top 3. I would love to. We just win Iowa outright, but if we can get top 3, all those people who are just kind of like, oh, I like Yang, but can he win? Question mark. You know, that gives an answer to that, and then we could take the whole thing. Honestly, you know. So that's the strategy. That's the strategy I've been told by the campaign, pretty much. At least they've been hinting at it, you know, for a while. Like, we're gonna peak at the right time, you know. You don't want to peak too early. So that's the down low on. Yeah, you didn't know. like I don't know. Maybe I can pull it up. I know Ireland, Yang, Iowa, Yang week. I don't know. That might pull it up. Yeah, she flew from Ireland. Okay, that did not. And I don't know, I saw a guy on Paget stream, and he was like, yeah, I flew all the way from Denmark for this thing. I'm like, wow. So that's the deal. That's how we win. And it'll either happen or not happen. You know, I'm not trying not to stress out about it because it's only gonna change my life. You know, like honestly, you know, I've been like thinking about job hunting and what to do. You know, where is my life going right now, right? And I'm like, I don't know. I mean, if Yang doesn't win, like if Yang, let me put it another way. If Yang wins, I can have confidence in the idea that society wants me, you know? And so that will change everything, you know? That'll change the way I talk to people. It'll change the way I apply to jobs. It'll change the way I do politics. Like, and so if he doesn't win, then I'll have to change my approach, you know? And it's like, okay, well, I'm not ready yet. If he wins the primary, yeah. So if he wins the primary, I could, you know, that opens up a lot of options for me. Because right now, and this has to do with why I probably didn't get the job, is because right now everybody sees Yang as this kind of, he's risky, right? He's like super risky, right? Especially if you're a Democrat. So, and most political people I know, they are very risk averse. You know, it's part of their job in a way. But if he wins, then he wins. You know? He wins and he wins, and then all of a sudden I become, I don't know, my stock goes up, if that makes sense. Because then it'd be like, oh, wow, you were supporting Yang way before anybody else, you know? And you must, we gotta hire you, right? That kind of thing. So, yeah, so this campaign, how well Yang does, will directly affect what goes on in my life, honestly. That's why it's stressful as fuck. Stressful as hell. Stressful. Okay, that's fine. Yes, phone bank. I'm gonna go to a text banking session this weekend. Please. Oh man, Josh. Ugh, Josh. They're just being honest, man. They're just being honest. See, if Yang doesn't win the primary, I'm sitting out. I'm like, yeah. I mean, it's bratty or what? I mean, yeah, yeah. We should support, vote blue no matter who. I mean, I don't know. What did you promise? Oh, you will go to Tainari's temple. Oh, interesting. Well, sure. Sure. Okay, fraud, creative, underclass. Resolving white guilt. This is a good quote, though. Hello, want to buy some Corona? You mean the beer? that sounds random. That's pretty random. What, you want me to buy a case of Corona for my next party? Oh, the virus. Okay. What? What are you talking about? See, I'm sorry, I'm just like not up to date with this stuff. Like I don't know what's going on. Oh, good. Oh, good. Okay, I thought you were talking about a computer virus. No, this is some real shit. Hey, no, come on, oh man. Pneumonia-like virus. This reminds me of like Ebola. They really, I mean, the media really likes to scare people, you know, that's their thing. They're just like, wow, there are 2 cases. This is the 2nd case. We're all gonna die. I've been noticing a pattern. Maybe I'm getting, I feel like I'm just getting old, man. I'm just like, this mostly kills old people. Yeah, like SARS, you know, people who are already weakened, have weakened immune systems, so. Yeah. It's just part of life, man. But like, the way the media lets people know, it's just like, they just make it seem like we're all gonna die, you know, and I, you know, and it's just like, that's always been the case. That's how the media has always been, you know. And now that I'm older, I'm just like seeing a pattern here where they're like, oh my god, there's this big scary thing coming after you. Buy our shit. You know? That's their business motto. Oh my god, you're never gonna get married and nobody likes you and you're gonna die alone. Oh my god. Oh, buy our shit. This can fix that for you, you know? I know, clickbaits. The media always has about clickbaits, and the way they do it is they try to like poke your insecurities, right? And then after you're all nice and fearful, then they sell you your shit. I think I have my own religion. That's a little scary. If you're gonna do that, start a cult. You know, don't just talk about it. Do it. You know, just start a cult. Start a cult. You might as well get paid for it. You know. Speaking of being paid, I need to work on my channel today. Now that I'm doing Andrew Yang housing, Scientology. Oh man, I live in LA, so I see the Scientology buildings everywhere. It's bizarre. It's really bizarre. And you know, they have a lot of money. They have a lot. Like, I have a friend that works at an architecture firm, and she said that the Church of Scientology is usually their 2nd or 3rd largest client. You know? And she works at a really, really big architecture firm. I think the biggest one. So that says something. They have a lot of money, man. Like, they have a lot. So people are into it. People are into Scientology, you know. And you know, if you're being, say, aren't you a markets guy, right, Corvo? You're a capitalist, right? So you know, if the market says that Scientology has that much support, that must say something, you know? 1K per hour, that, wow. I believe that, though. There's a lot of people in LA who have a lot of money but no meaning in their lives, you know? So, for meaning, you know, isn't 1K an hour actually a bargain? It's not that they're dumb, it's more that they're desperate, you know? They're desperate for some meaning that and the money isn't getting them, you know, especially if they did horrible things to get there. So, you know what I mean. I've I never talked to an actual Scientology. I know it's like it really is like it's like it's almost like a, you know, in a weird way, it's like a capitalist church, you know? It's like, oh, well, if you pay more, things I like more than Christianity, but I was born in, yeah, I mean, there's lots of people like you, angels. I know atheists and agnostics who kind of had like a Catholic upbringing, for example, right? You pay to receive something more like no, you're getting meaning, Corvo. See, you're missing the product. The product is, wow. So that's how the world works. You know, aliens. I feel better now. Now I understand. You know, like it's kind of scary, right? If you just think of life as this like random sequence of events that don't amount to anything, you know, that's scary. Nuke the aliens, I don't know. I think the aliens would have much better technology than us. Win the working class back to the DNC, dumb fuck. Wow. Fred. Oh, man. Yeah, don't go around spreading this, but there's been some internal drama, you know, within the Yang Gang, which I will have nothing to do with, okay? So, if you have drama, let me know about it in bullet point format, preferably. But I'm gonna stay way over here. Depends who would discover the other civilization first. Maybe them. Yeah, it's true. But a lot of alien people are like, you know, what are the chances of we being the center of the universe, right? We being the most powerful race in the universe. You know, considering how big the universe is that really, you know? But so far, we haven't seen any yet. Except for on weird UFO blogs on the internet, you know. Davos compares pro-choice to being pro-slavery. Wow. Betsy. Oh man, this is why nobody likes each other. You know, I don't have any sympathy for the Democratic Party, but man, some people on the right, they say some crazy shit too. Just like, come on. 1-800 dumb fuck. I know, should I make... I don't know, I don't feel like I'm ready to make my video yet. It'd be interesting if, say that we discover What's the probability of a life appearing on a planet? Yeah. I avoid some people on the. I mean, I avoid some people on the left because they're assholes, man. You know, they're all they're both on the left and the right. You know, if you're being honest, like one side. That's the big lie, right? Like one side is better than the other. They're both kind of the same. They just have slightly different approaches to doing things, you know, especially in American politics, right? Because ours is a two-party system, so everything's very reductive. Think about the dinosaurs; they were around a long time, achieved nothing. Wow, that's harsh. Dinosaurs, what did they do? Nothing. Lazy ass lizards. Good. They're all dead, and now we're using their corpses to fuel our internet, so we can play video games. Fuck them, right? Fuck dinosaurs. But you're actually here only because if humans were alive during the dinosaur time, you know, I've watched movies about this before. You know, if humans and when dinosaurs were coexisted, we would put up a good fight. You know, we'd have a. It depends which movie you're talking about, but we would either tame them or we'll come up with clever things to fight back, or the weird one is that like we make peace with them and then we live. You know, we coexist and we'll have weird dinosaur human babies, but that's not a real movie, by the way. I'm just making that up. But you know what I mean, right? I know. See, and then we develop diplomacy, and then it'll just be the same thing, man. We'll still have the United States of America, except that, you know, some of us would be dinosaurs. That's it. You know, we'll still have England. It'll play out exactly as it has right now. Just why is everything nukes with you, man? Wait, does Italy have nuclear weapons? You guys do, right? I'm pretty sure you do. Alright, I don't need this anymore. I'm just like messing around until I feel awake enough to make a video. You don't have nukes? Ah, that's why you're obsessed with it. Ah, I see. See, you get obsessed with things you don't have. Like over here in the United States, you lost WWE. Yeah, but that's true. Japan doesn't have nukes either. I guess Germany doesn't either. Yeah, okay. No, you're right. I should have known that. Oh man, it'd be sad if Iran got a nuke before you guys, huh? That'd be, talk about being leapfrogged, huh? I don't know, man. You have some of the crazy, you know, I don't know, like, you have some of the, even in Japan, yeah, Japan is known as being a very peaceful country, right? Part of it is because if Japan wants to survive as a nation, they need to play nice with people because they import everything. You know, they actually told us straight up. They're like, yeah, Japan is interested in world peace because look how small our place is. You know, we have to import everything. And if you guys don't get along, then that's gonna fuck up our our supply chain. So you guys cut that out, you know. Only people that are gonna vote for Yang is Asians, man. Like you, I don't think so. You are definitely 100% wrong on that. See? Let me pull up. See? Oh no, you know him? Is he a troll? Well, I mean, you know, here are the facts, you know, and this reflects kind of like when I do canvassing in person, you know. This is about sounds about right. White people are the only group that might change sides. He's a boomer obsessed with pseudoscience. Okay, well that can be interesting as long as he's not disrespectful. Anyway, the facts kind of show otherwise here. And so, you know, like, you know, Asians are very apolitical now. You know, it's unusual for Asians to be doing politics at all. And so, you know, you're partially right in that he's probably gonna get a huge support for the Asian community this election cycle in ways that is hasn't happened before. That's why a lot of his support doesn't show up on the polls, because they don't even bother asking Asians if they're going to vote or not. You know, I've seen some of the polls, man. Like you have whites, blacks, Latino, other, because they don't matter. They don't vote. Yeah. Asians came to the USA to live around whites. Wow, that's a real, like, that's a real silly way of looking at it. Oh man. Yeah, what does that even mean? White countries. Oh man, it's so silly. As a white person, I say go back home. Okay, well, I guess that's it. You're gone. We don't need that here. Alright, let me get rid of you right now, okay? Yeah, it was like, it was a little, when Corvo said, oh, it's you. Okay, well, you know, come back when you grow up, okay, Pony? Oh, and he created his account 16 minutes ago, because... I think this happens very often. I know, like, it's like so clueless, like, about history and everything, you know. I'm like, okay, I get that you're white and you don't want to feel ashamed about that, but that's like the worst possible way to talk about that issue. And he really dug in, you know, man. Hey Jojo, are you in New Hampshire now? Are you in New Hampshire? You said you were leaving. Today's Friday, so. He streams, he insults people, and he creates new accounts. Oh yeah, I think I've seen that guy. Wasn't he in the political channel? And then he was saying that same exact thing. Like, he was like, I was just checking out the political, the political category, and then he was this guy. Yeah, who's this? What's this guy about? And that's the first thing that came out of his mouth. He was like, stats say that everybody wants to go to white countries. I'm sorry, that's just a fact. And I'm like, wow, holy shit. So he banned half of the. Oh god. Man, he has some issues, huh? These early states, why they gotta be so cold? You just gotta do it, be, oh man, thanks for making the trek, Jojo. Yeah. I've been doing a lot of reflection lately. See, the more I think about, okay, I didn't get the job at Abundant Housing, but the more I think about it, I'm like, well, it's no wonder, And because I've already, I think I'm better at talking about national level politics than I am at local politics. And I think this channel kind of proves that, and so I gotta stop pretending that, it's just not a good fit. I still respect Leonora and everything, but I think we're doing different things, And so the weird people on the right, you're literally talking about him. Yeah, that's him, man. And why did he decide to come in here? I guess he just goes around starting shit with people, huh? Yeah, so now I am 100% focused on Andrew Yang campaign. He better fucking win so that I can get a job that doesn't suck. That's what it comes down to. Oh man, some people. See, this is why I want a license. I want a license to surf the internet. It doesn't have to be mandatory. It can be opt-in. I just want to know who is doing what, and if I ban someone, I want to make sure they are banned forever. So I need an ID. I'm sorry. Sorry, libertarians, but that is the only way. Okay, so I missed uploading a video. I kind of regret that because I kind of regret doing that because I should have saved. It'd be funny if NIMBY was a bad word that got put up in the algorithm, and that's why they limited my monetization. Why do I have to? Oh, God. Hey, how's it going? Aloha. How's it? Actually, now that I think about it, the reason why I say how's it going is because I'm from Hawaii. How's it? I never say aloha, but yeah, I think I got the how's it thing from growing up in Hawaii. Yeah. So I'm going to talk about everyone's favorite subject. Class. Socioeconomics. And housing. Doki. Oh. One of my friends hooked me up to another gang. So he's like torn between Warren and Yang, I think. He's already banned. I mean, he literally, like he was Like he was prepared. You know, he literally made the account 20 minutes ago, and then he came into my channel expecting to be banned. Like, wow, you've done this before, haven't you? You're coming in saying some racist shit, and then I'm like, I got banned. Wow. Could be better at democracy right now. What? Primaries are... Wow. So it's just wrong? Oh, that's bad. Hawaii... Actually, Hawaii is really bad at technology, if you haven't noticed. Remember this thing? Remember this thing? Bad technology. Oh, man. Oh, God. And they can't even get the basic dates right. My dad worked for the federal government in Hawaii for a long time. And he complains all the time about how incompetent and non-working the whole thing is. But he stuck it through for 40 years, nonetheless. I know, this is fucked up. This is so bad. Like, it's like, hey, we're all gonna die. Haha, just kidding. That was just a technical error. Technical glitch. No. The governor apologized for it. Oh, yeah, sorry I told you guys that we're all gonna die. You know. Well, we'll make sure that doesn't happen again. Dudes, okay, yeah, so you know how they're very reactive, right? Of course they're gonna try to fix it now, right? But like, dude, it's not just the missile shit, it's everything. It's like the stuff that runs your water, the stuff that, like, I don't know, keep track of weather, or you know, this is a problem in every government organization, you know? And you know what they did? They banned the cryptocurrencies in Hawaii. That's the worst. I was like, wow, I made a lot of money in crypto. And then fuck you, it's bad. And then I got my dad real, like, into crypto, and he's like, oh, I'm sorry, banned. Like, why? I don't even care here, so no one will send missiles on. Really? You guys have pizza, though. You know, if I was Russia, I'd be like, man, I need some pizza. Let's go take over Italy. You know, they don't have nukes. It'll be worth it for the calzones, you know? Sorry if I'm being stereotypical, but if I was Putin, I would do that. You know? I would run away from Russia. Oh yeah, Poland's closer to Russia too, in more ways than one. How do Polish people feel about Russia, actually? I've heard mixed things. So the video I want to make is basically the privileged underclass. How people in this camp bullshit themselves and into confusing themselves, you know, or something like that. I'm gonna. That's not the title, but so what's happening is that, and I know this from being an artist. Okay, so artist is a mixed bag. You know, you have artists who come from good families, you have artists who come from middle class families, you have artists who come from lower income. You know, it's a very what do you call it? Socioeconomically diverse field. So you invaded in every war. I know, man. You guys, power has traded hands so many times in that country. Like, must get tiring, man. Probably makes you very skeptical of politicians, right? Because it's just like, you have so many people going in and out, and just like, all they do is like talk a bunch of nonsense. I'm like, oh, they all make you up, make all these promises, and then they're like, oh, oops, nope, just kidding, we belong to Russia now. Oh, just kidding, we belong to someone else now. Oh, just kidding, we got independence. I don't know. It's really complicated in that side of the... by comparison, American history is a lot simpler. That's why we tend to be politically disengaged, Rent subsidy fraud. Yeah, this is another one. We don't keep a tally. Yeah. Okay, I think I have enough. I think I have enough to make a video. I'm gonna try. Okay, and I'm only gonna release one video a day. I need to make sure I don't go overboard, because that's been a problem. So even if I do make more videos today, I'm gonna save it, because I think things are gonna get busy. Okay, so here we go. Okay, the mic is still working. Hello everyone, this is Ryan from the Yimby Arts Project. So, if you've been watching this channel, you might have noticed that I've used this chart quite a bit. This is, as far as from my point of view, this is my understanding of how housing politics works, especially on a local level. It's really, really confusing and really, really complicated. So, and I do point out sort of the groups here who the media is very, they're out to get them, like tech industry, developers, landlords, VCs, foreign property investors, those Chinese people, but there's a lot of hostility in the housing space that I think can be, I tried to make it a more explicit here, the media could stop doing this if they wanted, but they've been doing this for the last, I don't know, forever, as far as I know. So, it is what it is. I want to kind of take a look today, though, at what happens around the left side. Everybody talks about the right side because, this is the stuff that makes the headlines. This is the stuff that people talk on social media. But this side, all the internal kind of like complicated bureaucratic government stuff, okay? So one thing that a lot of people don't talk about, because it's the people in power, combination of NIMBYs and, politicians here, is that the current far left kind of protest groups, actually come from privileged backgrounds. And they spend a lot of time demonizing these industries, right? Like like, oh my God, Andrew Yang is a tech billionaire, for example. That's a lie. It's not even true. But they're out to get people who have been successful in the capitalist market, right? And it kind of makes sense ideologically, right? If you're being honest, but there's something kind of going on in the housing space that a lot of people don't talk about because it's very complicated and it kind of ties into sort of the personal lifestyle of people who are kind of float around in politics in these areas. So I like to call them the privileged underclass. Okay, and so that's why the title of this video is called that. But just to give a little bit of background, my education and most of my experiences during my 20s was in music. I was trying to make it as a musician in Los Angeles, and I would do gigs all the time. I would hang around. I would go to art events and go to art organization events all the time. Back in the day. I don't do it as much now, but I do go once in a while. But one thing you notice is that artists don't have a lot of money. It's really hard to be a financially successful artist these days. For a couple of reasons. One, it's really hard, it's really competitive. The other part is that the infrastructure that we have is just not there, And this is why I like Yang, because Yang has a few policies talking about support for the arts, which I feel like will actually help the industry in a really productive way, But that's for a separate video. But what's happening here is that, one, artists don't have a lot of money, but if you talk to people who's studying the arts, you're going to notice that it is a mix. It's a mix of people of different backgrounds, and so there are artists who come from middle class backgrounds. There's not too many low income people who are into the arts because they know it's a very, very tough field to be successful in, financially speaking. So a lot of them, they don't have the opportunity to do so, which is unfortunate. But you also notice that when you go to art school, there's a lot of trust fund kids there too, And so this is the sort of the class of people I'm talking about. And so one, on paper, right? On paper, they are poor because, if you come from a family of millionaires and then you're suddenly thrown out into the real world, and if you don't do unless you somehow manage to become a highly successful artist, you're probably going to be broke most of the time, And I come from a kind of a middle to upper class background, so I don't want to pretend that I know what poverty feels like, but I did. I have gotten help from my family during tough times, which I'm very lucky about, right? Some are more, they're kind of mixed into these circles here. Some are more honest about it than the others, but what's true is that a lot of them end up kind of being in this awkward position where they come from a privileged background but don't have a lot of money, if that makes sense. So I do think a lot of the kind of latent, I don't know, there's a lot of anger within the far left groups, right? And some of it is justified. There's a lot of things with the system that is messed up, but at the end of the day, they're not gonna bite the hand that feeds them, so they end up sort of supporting things that sound like confrontational, but in practice really doesn't lead to anything. But I want to get more specific about what that means, right? Okay, so one thing is that before we get into the politics is that about Section 8 and housing vouchers and subsidies for low income people, right? These folks are like, if you're on Section 8, for example, there it is. You're going to, this is Section 8 basically is a subsidy for you to help with your rent, and then there's a lot of people who have low incomes who are on these plans. And so the place where it gets a little sticky is that what happens when you have someone who comes from a very, very good family, like they might even be millionaires or multimillionaires, but because they themselves don't have a lot of money, right, at being an artist, right? So, is it fair for those people to get priority for these sorts of subsidies over people who come from genuinely middle or low income backgrounds, And that's a very, very sticky thing that nobody wants to talk about, because the reality right now is that we have, like, a lot of people don't like Section 8, even people who are receiving benefits from it, because there's such a huge shortage of it. First of all, people who need Section 8, most of them, I would argue that most of them aren't getting it because we just don't have enough funds for it. We don't have enough funds to run it, in fact. So let's look at this, okay? So report fraud, right? So what do you have to do to get a Section 8 voucher, right? You have to report your income, You have to report everyone. Not reporting as far, if someone got a new job, you got to report that too. If you have a kid, you got to report that too. And there's a caseworker assigned to every single voucher that gets assigned, and they're just like not enough. The government does not have enough people to just maintain all of these, and that's why a lot of people who need the support aren't getting it. There's just like not enough. We just can't hire enough people, and if you look at it, in the right, we don't keep a tally because they can't, And I worked at I worked for the city government in this kind of job, and man, it was depressing, man. Like, we would get like 50 applications, like 50 units would open up, and we'll get 5,000 applicants, and we have to turn down thousands and thousands of people. And then in the meantime, what are they going to do? We don't know, right? So what happens is that, unfortunately, because we have such a scarcity in the housing market right now, like, this is part of human nature that is a little bit ugly, is that if you have ties to people, say that your dad is like, the mayor of a city council, the mayor of a certain town, right? The chances of you getting that voucher is much higher if you have connections to the government itself. So what ends up happening is that people who come from wealthy backgrounds but don't make a lot of money they get favored over people from the low income communities, and they know this. Like, they know this stuff happens all the time, but in the end, they kind of, like, I don't know, it gets really ugly and sticky, and then they go to the media to try to paint a rosy picture that doesn't really exist, honestly, So kind of the bottom line is that, these things happen, and the way it's enforced is also inconsistent. If you look at this, right, someone in Orange County last year recently got prosecuted for trying to cheat the system, right? Notice the skin of their color and the color of their skin, and overwhelmingly, I would say that minority recipients are enforced. They're much more strict about enforcing these things on minority communities than they are with, privileged people with privileged background. It's just unfortunate. So tying that into the idea of gentrification, right? So let's look. So I took a brief look at this book. I just kind of skimmed it a little bit, but I found a pretty interesting quote right here, right? As I reflected this story over the years and my own role within it, right? So what happened was, this is an arts organization called New Urban Arts, and they basically had a they wanted to build more housing, I think, or yeah, so they built a new building to support the arts, and in the process, one family got evicted, from their from the location as a result. So this is something that the people on the far left talk a lot about, right? They are sympathetic to the people who got evicted, but over the years, he's thought about it, and he felt really bad about it too, right? Like, because this is the kind of what happens when towns get gentrified. That's where ties back into the housing politics thing. So, but I think it's safe to say that Mariana's family probably would have been evicted even if New Urban Arts has never made the mural, right? Or a photograph of the mural. Or like, this would have happened anyway, because that's just how the market works. If we need the housing, and the property owners do have the right to evict people, at least in certain contexts. If they're on their private property, they do kind of have the right to do what they want with their land, right? In theory. So this is where it gets a little bit complicated, especially like politically, because you could kind of see both sides of the issue, right? On one hand, you have like a family who's been there. They could have been there for a while, but because of demand for the housing is so great that the property owner decides that, okay, I'm gonna move the single family home and turn it into an apartment so that we can provide housing. This is the things that happen. If we were preemptive in the way that we made housing, this could have been avoided, right? If we just allowed for housing construction where people aren't even living, if we can build more apartments in parking lots or like public lands, really anywhere, she probably would have been able to keep her home, because then there would not be a demand for developers and landlords to do this. But that kind of ties back into why they hate these people so much, right? It's like they really don't like it when people get evicted, and there's a certain case to be made by that, but a lot of times you don't see the bigger picture of how these sorts of problems could be avoided to begin with. So I just want to kind of point that out, and so two things, it's like, it's not technically fraud if a privileged person, from a privileged background gets these types of support, but it is something that happens, and it's probably worth talking about whether this is fair or not, right? Because in theory, if they're coming from a good family, the family should be able to help them out, right? But on paper, it seems like they are, a autonomous individual who lives off on their own, in a vacuum. So this is like, I think something we could do better. These things could be better made transparent. I don't know how to solve this, because it's too easy just not to talk about it at all, right? So just keep in mind that a lot of people here, if you run into someone who seems like they come from a good background but are fighting for scraps, coming from these programs, this is what's going on. And the other part is how it ties into gentrification and, why the narrative about why we talk about these things is the way it is right now. So if you have any questions, please let me know. And thanks for watching, and see you in the next video. Okay, take care. All right. Your piano skills are good. Ever want to lay some tracks? Well, I don't do too many recordings these days. I prefer playing live, but hey, across Canada. That's it's an emoji right there. Yeah, I gotta get this out. Some people get antsy if you don't. Things aren't consistent, you know. Support SB50, please. Support SB50. Retweet the heck out of this, okay? What is it? Uh-huh. Who's anonymous? Is that the anonymous? It is! Okay. Oh man, if we can get the anonymous on our side, that'll be good and bad. Oh man, I don't know about those people, but can't be bad though. Can't be too bad. This is the sort of the class of people. But if you talk to people, the other part is that Los Angeles, people who have been successful, I think. They tweeted positive about, yeah, man. The anonymous is a mixed bag, you know. Developers, landlords, foreign property investors, those Chinese, from my point of view. Yeah, that 4chan crowd is a mix of. I mean, that's where it's coming from, right? I don't know. It's everywhere now, so who knows? Hello everyone, this is Ryan from the MBR. And the mic is still working. I need to stop drinking soda. It's not good for my throat. Hello everyone, this is Ryan from the MBR. Yeah. These types of support. And, why the narrative about why we talk about these things is the way it is right now. So, if you have any questions, please let me know. And, yeah, thanks for watching. See you in the next video. That's a nice post across. Hey, can't repeat that often enough. And, why the narrative about why we talk about these things is the way it is right now. So, if you have any questions, please let me know. And, yeah, thanks for watching. And see you in the next video. Okay, take care. Okay, let me... Hey, do you guys, Spoba, do you know what's going on with the Bernie people and Joe Rogan? Because some people are like, that's the outright Joe Rogan, fuck him, So, is it good or bad, or like, what's going on? Psychos? Yeah, hold on. That's not spelled correctly. Really, I need a good title for this. Hey, 16 minutes. They're like 50-50. Oh, I'm just curious what your impression is. What? Well, I'm trying to aim my videos to be around 15 now. The one where I kind of ramble on for like half an hour. I could do better, I can be more concise. I'm trying. I have a tendency to ramble. It's always been a problem, but it's not that it's bad. It's just gotta trying to keep it around 15. So 16 minutes, not bad, you know. 10 to 20, I think, is the sweet spot. Right? It's a joke. He said not Alagoas will see. Well, he said that he was like, wow, a Bernie Tulsi ticket would be a force of nature, but I don't think he's been paying attention. that will never happen now. You know, Sanders is staying away from Tulsi, man. He's a little his support for Tulsi is very, very either non-existent or, you know, he's doing the bare minimum. You know. I think I saw it. Oh no, across. I have a new channel. So let me post that. I need to get this up anyway. If he told them to share that, yeah, I don't know, man. You know, I think that the Bernie campaign is paying media people a lot of money to say nice things about him. You know, I really do think, because I see it everywhere on the Hill now. The Hill is like non-stop, just like. Give me a second. Okay, so privilege. This will be very academic. Urban arts, new urban arts. There we go. Wow, that's the most academic thing I've done in a while. Bernie is too weak on Biden. Yeah, you know why? Because he sold out. I'm sorry, but Bernie has sold out, man. I'm like, I'm just like, the more I look into it, I'm just like, yeah, he just sold out. You know? You know about Bernie's private jet flights, right? Like, I'm like, come on, dude. You know, Bernie doesn't give a fuck anymore. He just wants nice things. You know, he just wants nice things. He gave up on the fight in 2016. He got traumatized. No, now he just doesn't give a fuck. That's how you become part of the establishment, you know? That's the hazing. So, let's see, you know, Bernie, private jet. Even The Hill wrote about it. Yum. And then, you know what they're gonna say, right? His supporters are gonna say, oh no, but Bernie's so important, he needs that private jet. Oh man. Ugh. I don't know. I would hate to be on Sanders' campaign right now. It's just like so full of shit. Like, yeah, I would be embarrassed. I would be embarrassed, man. No, the Hill is all around Bernie. Yeah, and I you know why? Across, I think they're paying them. I think they're getting paid to say those things. Because he made a lot of money last quarter, right? That's for real. So they're like, well, we have a bunch of money. What do we want to do? What does Bernie like, right? What does Bernie like out of anything? He likes the attention. So they're spending all the money on attention. And then he's gonna lose. You know, there's no way he's gonna beat Biden. Yeah, no, he's gonna lose. Like, it's like not even. All of this is just smoke and mirrors. You can tell a little bit, right? You can tell that even the way Joe Rogan talked about Bernie, it's a little odd, right? It was like yeah, I'll probably vote for him. And Yada yada yada. Talking point. You know, don't be naive now, because if Andrew Yang, okay, you know what's better? If okay, I mean, the Bernie people aren't going to pay me money because I've already talked too much shit about them. But if the Tulsi Gabbard people came and they're like, hey, Ryan, I'll give you $5,000 if you make a pro Tulsi video, I'll be like, yeah, give me that. I'll do it. You know, I'll do it. If Marianne Williamson, yeah, I'll say nice things about Marianne, you know, for free. But I reported on Expose 2020. Man, we need more exposés. That's the problem with the media. They just don't do that anymore. You know, they just say, yeah, tell me what to think. Democratic Party / Republican Party, whatever. Need people to make sure everything is yeah. That is true. I think the Yang has been pretty good about that, though. You know, I see the Yang reminding people all the time, so I'm not too worried about that. It's gonna be good, you know? It's gonna be good. I just got a little sidetracked because, you know, like, I'm just like, I just have to realize that I don't think I'm a good fit for local politics, you know? But it is a little... I need to target my career towards federal level stuff, because that's what I'm interested in, you know? So if there's so if you know any federal level people, if you know any feds looking to you know, give money to a YouTuber talking about housing, please let me know. Love Trump to win. Yeah. I don't know. There's some, you know, there's this conspiracy theory, right? They're like, actually, MSNBC wants Trump to win because they want a terrible candidate to become the primary winner, and then Trump just gets crushed. Sorry, the other way around. Trump just crushes them, and then because Trump is good for ratings, you know, he says all kinds of crazy shit on Twitter, and people eat it up, and that's good for the bottom line. So what we need is someone like Biden, Sanders, Warren, Booker, Klobuchar to win. You know, any of them would be fine, you know. I mean, because they're just gonna lose. You know, Amy Klobuchar has a weird, like, underappreciated support from right-wingers. Which is probably why the New York Times endorsed her. She has a tiny chance of beating Trump, but at least it's non-zero, right? You could say the same thing about Warren too, right? Warren used to be a Republican, right? She's totally not anymore, and I think she thinks she burned all those bridges a long time ago, but she's, you know, maybe she could pivot. See, I don't understand why they do this. YouTube is such a mess, man. And it's not even a video I expect to get a lot of clicks on, you know? It's just, why? Okay, what does gentrification pull up? And then something, you know, copyright free. Oh man. I mean, there we go. I'll take a few of them. Have you registered yet? Yeah, of course I registered. I did it for a while, okay, I'll be honest, but I am registered now. I will get my mail-in ballot, and so I'm gonna cast my vote early, so I don't forget. You know, I don't want the pressure of be like, oh my god, I gotta be there at the polling station on the day. You know, some people like it, but I'm just gonna mail in my ballot and I'll be done with it. Wait, what's going on with this?
Victoria, is Senator Sanders going to dissolve the federal government if he's elected president? Is he going to dissolve it and run the country with a cabinet, a small cabinet? Please, we would like a comment. Please, it was one of your staffers here. Are you guys advocating for gulags? Is Martin going to still work on the campaign?
Those are real bad questions, but I get it. Wait. Okay. Project. Okay, so this is like kind of a well-known thing. Okay.
Victoria, we just need a comment. The electorate needs to know.
Hello, officer.
Hi. So this is what they're telling me.
Okay.
Is that all of the people that they work with and for and stuff like that will have no comment. Will have no comment. That's what you're going to get from no comment. Okay? And I don't know if you've brushed yourself up on harassment and stalking in South Carolina.
They said, what did they say?
They said that the only thing they're going to have is no comment. If you try to make contact with them, it's no comment. Okay? So, and they are aware of the videos you guys took, the undercover stuff. It's one of those things where they wish he hadn't said that, but they're still sending by.
What was that? The one? This was the Oh, expose 2020. Oh, okay. This is a specific thing then. Okay. This was the one, the comment about the burning, feel the burn. You know, if Bernie doesn't win, things are going to burn. You know, that's the one, right?
Buy him or whatever. Hey, whatever. You know.
What happened to you yesterday? Hey, I know, I missed it. I had a lot of things to take care of. Mostly deciding the direction of my life, you know. So I was busy dealing with that stuff. So, and I can't be here every day. You know, I'm gonna have to scale back. I think eventually it'll be like maybe 3 or 4 times a week. I'm gonna try and be here every day, but there's another one.
Some people.
There's another one. Oh my god, it gets worse, huh?
Let's get him. Right.
Yeah, because they all think alike. They all think alike, you know. And in a way, I like that. You know, I like that. You know, if you're a socialist, everyone should be the same, right? Everybody should be on the same page and think exactly alike. That's equality for you. So if you have one toxic guy talking about burning the city down, you know, there's probably hundreds of them everywhere. Oh man, that's scary. Jeez.
Hey Martin, do you have a comment on wanting to dissolve the federal government and have Bernie Sanders act as a director, an executive director? Do you have a comment on
what they said that? That's fucking nuts. That's fucking nuts.
Martin,
if they
come on.
did.
The electorate needs to know. Martin, the electorate needs to know about your communist ideology. Is that official Bernie Sanders campaign? Yeah? Do you have anything you want to say, Martin? Now's your chance.
Oh god, what a mess. And I believe I would believe, you know, he would probably say that privately in an off comment. You know, he'll never say that in public. But ooh, oh man, ooh, good times. Good times. All right, I gotta make the. I gotta make the thumbnail. Well, thanks for that. That was interesting. But you know, all that stuff is gonna come back to bite him. You know, like I'm really not worried about Bernie winning. And if he does, he'll just get crushed during the general. So it's like a foregone conclusion already. So I don't know. Gentrification. Wait, what happened to the other one? The other one was so much better. Yeah, see, I have faith that people can see through that stuff. And my experiment, I think it didn't save because it's the wrong thingamajig. Yeah. No. Fake magic is real. Anime is real. Something with a beat, please. Are you gonna watch Marianne at Yangtze? Wait, that's happening today? See, I can't keep up, man. There's too many things going on. I'd like to watch that. Oh my god. Okay, let me look that up next. I would totally watch that. Okay. Gentrification. What did I save it as? Yeah, okay. It's like... Is that right? If Yang can't pass 10K a month, can increase Hulu. Well, that's more of a Bernie thing, you know. 1K a month should replace food stamps, and you should, in theory, you should be getting more than you currently are. You should be getting, you know, even in actual numbers, you should be getting more support than you are right now. And the nice thing about UBI is that you can use it for whatever you want. You know, if you want to, like, oh, well, I'm really full. I ate a shitload of rice this week, and then, but I don't need more rice. So I think I'll buy something else instead. You know, and you can do that when it's just money. Hey, where did they go? Wait, what? What? Really? What the hell? What happened to the other one? This one. Yeah, I need to find something else. Let's see. Oh my god, what does this say? Gentrification is violence. Wow, this is fucked up, man. And it's not, the worst part about this is not true. NIMBYs are the reason why. If I get one thing, I can probably have a family now. Man! Yeah, I sure hope so. That's what we're fighting for, right? Where I live, you know, where I live, $1,000 a month will pay half my rent, but I'll take that. I'll take that. You know, a lot of people in San Francisco don't like UBI. You know why? Because it's like, oh man, I'm gonna get $1,000 a month. That'll pay for like a fifth of my rent. Hooray! You know, it doesn't seem like that big of a deal. Things are so expensive there. You know, it's just like ridiculous. It is the most ridiculous thing. There we go. This is a good thumbnail. Okay. All right. Okay, so I've been told, I've been looking up at some marketing things. Tokyo, not even expensive. Oh yeah, no, look, seriously. Dude. I want to talk about that because it actually relates to stuff I do here. Okay, let me do this video first and let me get it out, and then I gotta get more serious about marketing, you know. So Uber suggests gentrification. Los Angeles, okay, makes sense. So how do I, 9 ways privileged people can reduce the negative impact of gentrification. Yeah, build more housing. Jesus Christ, stop being so dumb. So here's the test. If I was told that if I just copy all of this, you know, the top whatever, I might be able to. Okay, this sucks. I do the keyword variations or whatever. I think it's done on purpose. It'll make it easy to copy it, you know what I mean? most people, it's like, well, what is gentrification? What is that? Maybe I should do no caps? I don't know. Gotta meaning gentrification in DC man, Los Angeles, man, gentrification examples. Okay, gentrification. Problem in Brooklyn. It's a problem everywhere, man. Chicago, really. NIMBY definition. I'm gonna put Alfred here because that showed up. NIMBY housing for all. I don't know. I'm gonna put that with Donald Trump. I don't know. At this point, it's just like whatever. California, Los Angeles, San Francisco. There we go. Solving on. Yeah, I talk about him here. They love that stuff. Yeah, too much. All right, almost there. After this, I can do whatever. So the education. I wonder what happened. Maybe I should target a Washington DC, since that came up. Okay, so it's a little different marketing tactic here. Let's see how that works. Then it should be ready now. Yeah. Maybe I should set it as a premiere. See? Then I'll be... Maybe I should set it as an instant premiere. Yeah, there we go. That's better. I don't... Yeah, who does the scheduled ones? I guess they do. Yeah, I guess... I'll try it out. Okay, but then before I do, let's talk about Tokyo. No, never. Never turn on notifications for anything, okay? Don't let the platform control you. Where's my Tokyo? Is this it? No. And I take a lot of pictures of food, don't I? Oh man, there's that. Oh wait, is this it? Oh no, this is after I got back. That was not worth it. Oh my god. NHK, I don't know what they play at your place, but they have some decent shows, I think. A lot of people find that a little bit boring, but... Where is it? Oh man, it was a long time ago, huh? Alright, there it is. Okay, yeah, so like you get this. You could get this for $5. $5. All of this for $5. If something like this would cost like $20 in LA. Yeah, I'm not even kidding to you. Yeah, about 20. It'd be about 20. So everything in Tokyo is very affordable now. Why? Because they're building up housing. Yeah. The costs get passed on to you in one way or another, you know, make it hard. I don't see anyone from poor immigrant Irish female stock. I am not disappointed. What's going on with this? Endorsing white people. That's funny. Okay, I'm gonna try the Premiere. You know, in a way, it's interesting because I can do this again. You know, I can do premieres now. Because now that I'm not streaming on there, it doesn't feel weird. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm gonna restock my tea in the meantime. Hello, everyone. This is Ryan from the Yimby Arts Project. So, if you've been watching this channel, you might have noticed that I've used this chart quite a bit. You know, this is, as far as from my point of view, this is my understanding of how housing politics works, especially on a local level. You know, it's really, really confusing and really, really complicated. So, and I do point out sort of the groups here who the media is very, you know, they're out to get them, you know, like tech industry, developers, landlords, VCs, you know, foreign property
been in any of these,
you know, those Chinese, you know, but there's a lot of hostility in the housing space that I think can be. I tried to make it a more explicit here, you know. The media could stop doing this if they wanted, but they've been doing this for the last, I don't know, forever, as far as I know. So, you know, it is what it is. I want to kind of take a look today, though, at what happens around the left side. You know, everybody talks about the right side because, you know, this is the stuff that makes the headlines. This is the stuff that people talk on social media. But this side, all the internal kind of like complicated bureaucratic government stuff, okay? So one thing that a lot of people don't talk about, because it's the people in power, you know, combination of NIMBYs and, you know, politicians here, is that the current far left kind of protest groups, you know, actually come from privileged backgrounds. And they spend a lot of time demonizing these industries, right? Like, oh my God, you know, Andrew Yang is a tech billionaire, for example. That's a lie. It's not even true. But they're out to get people who have been successful in the capitalist market, right? And it kind of makes sense ideologically, right? If you're being honest. But there's something kind of going on in the housing space that a lot of people don't talk about because it's very complicated, and it kind of ties into sort of the personal lifestyle of people who are kind of, you know, float around in politics in these areas. So I like to call them the privileged underclass. Okay, and so that's why the title of this video is called that. But just to give a little bit of background, my education and most of my, you know, experiences during my 20s was in music. You know, I was trying to make it as a musician in Los Angeles, and I would do gigs all the time. I would hang around. I would go to art events and, you know, go to art organization events all the time. Back in the day. I don't do it as much now, but I do go once in a while. But one thing you notice is that, one, artists don't have a lot of money. You know, it's really hard to be a successful, financially successful artist these days. One, for a couple of reasons. One, it's really hard, it's really competitive. The other part is that the infrastructure that we have is just not there, you know? And this is why I like Yang, because Yang has a few policies talking about support for the arts, which I feel like will actually help the industry in a really productive way.
Tea leaf.
You know, but that's for a separate video. But what's happening here is that, so one, artists don't have a lot of money, but if you talk to people who's studying the arts, you're gonna notice that it is a mix. It's a mix of people of different backgrounds, and so there are artists who come from middle class backgrounds. There's not too many low income people who are into the arts because they know it's a very, very tough field to be successful in, you know, financially speaking. So a lot of them, they don't have the opportunity to do so, you know, which is unfortunate. But you also notice that when you go to art school, there's a lot of trust fund kids there too, you know. And so this is the sort of the class of people I'm talking about. And so one, on paper, right? On paper, they are poor because, you know, if you come from a family of millionaires and then you're suddenly thrown out into the real world, and if you don't do like, unless you like somehow manage to become a highly successful artist, you're probably going to be broke most of the time, you know. And you know, I come from like a kind of a middle to upper class background, so you know, I don't want to pretend that I know what poverty feels like, but I did, you know, I have gotten help from my family during tough times, which I'm very lucky about.
Hey,
right?
Keopi.
Some are more, you know, they're kind of mixed into these circles here.
I'm doing video premieres again. Remember those days?
What's true is that a lot of them end up kind of being in this awkward position where they come from a privileged background but don't have a lot of money. If that makes sense.
Changing my marketing around a little bit as well.
I do think like a lot of the kind of latent, I don't know, there's a lot of anger within the far left groups, right? And some of it is justified. You know, there's a lot of things with the system that is messed up, but at the end of the day, they're not gonna you know, bite the hand that feeds them, so they end up sort of supporting things that sound like confrontational, but in practice really doesn't lead to anything. But I want to get more specific about what that means, right? Okay, so one thing is that before we get into the politics, is that you know about Section 8 and housing vouchers and you know subsidies for low income people, right? Like these folks are,
she did.
Like if you're
she
on
did.
Section 8, for example,
it's the best.
There it is.
Jojo is really happy, of
you're
course.
Going to, you know, this is Section 8 basically is a subsidy for you to help with your rent, you know, and then there's a lot of people who have low incomes who are on these plans. And so the place where it gets a little sticky is that what happens when you have someone who comes from a very, very good family, you know, like they might even be millionaires or multimillionaires, you know, but because they themselves don't have a lot of money, right, being an artist, right? So is it fair for those people to get priority for these sorts of subsidies over people who come from genuinely middle or low income backgrounds, you know? And that's a very, very sticky thing that nobody wants to talk about, because the reality right now is that we have, like, a lot of people don't like Section 8, even people who are receiving benefits from it, because there's such a huge shortage of it. You know, first of all, people who need Section 8, most of them, I would argue that most of them aren't getting it because we just don't have enough funds for it, you know? We don't have enough funds to run it, in fact. So let's look at this, okay? So report fraud, right? So what do you have to do to get a Section 8 voucher, right? You have to report your income, you know? You have to report everyone. Not reporting as far, you know, if someone got a new job, you got to report that too. If you have a kid, you got to report that too. And, you know, there's a caseworker assigned to every single voucher that gets assigned. And they're just like not enough. You know, the government does not have enough people to just maintain all of these. And that's why a lot of people who need the support aren't getting it. You know, there's just like not enough. We can't hire enough people. And if you look at it, you know, in the right, we don't keep a tally because they can't, you know. And I worked at I worked for the city government in this kind of job, and man, it was depressing, man. Like, you know, we would get like 50 applications, like 50 units would open up, and we'll get 5,000 applicants, and we have to turn down thousands and thousands of people. And then in the meantime, what are they going to do? We don't know, right? So what happens is that, unfortunately, because we have such a scarcity in the housing market.
Hey, we did pretty well. Yeah.
$100 though. $100 for a wedding gift? It's quite a bit.
If you have ties to people, say that your dad is like, the mayor of a city council, the mayor of a certain town, right? The chances of you getting that voucher is much higher if you have connections to the government itself. So what ends up happening is that people who come from wealthy backgrounds but don't make a lot of money they get favored over people from the low income communities, and they know this. Like they know this stuff happens all the time. But in the end, they kind of like, I don't know, it gets really ugly and sticky, and then they go to the media to try to paint a rosy picture that doesn't really exist, honestly, So
$20.
Kind of the bottom line is that, hey,
these
things
you can get what you can afford,
It's
if you look at
the
this,
thought
right?
that counts.
Someone in Orange County last year recently got prosecuted for trying to cheat the system, right? Notice the skin of their color and the color of their skin, and overwhelmingly, I would say that minority recipients are enforced. They're much more strict about enforcing these things on minority communities than they are with, privileged people with privileged background. It's just unfortunate. So tying that into the idea of gentrification, right? So let's look. So I took a brief look at this book. I just kind of skimmed it a little bit, but I found a pretty interesting quote right here, right? As I reflected this story over the years and my own role within it, right? So what happened was, this is an arts organization called New Urban Arts, and they basically had they wanted to build more housing, I think, so they built a new building to support the arts, and in the process, one family got evicted, from their from the location as a result. So this is something that the people on the far left talk a lot about, right? They are sympathetic to the people who got evicted, but over the years, he's thought about it, and he felt really bad about it too, right? Like, because this is the kind of what happens when towns get gentrified. That's where housing ties back into the housing politics thing. So, but I think it's safe to say that Mariana's family probably would have been evicted even if New Urban Arts has never made the mural, right? Or a photograph of the mural. Or like, this would have happened anyway, because that's just how the market works. If we need the housing and, the property owners do have the right to evict people, at least in certain contexts. If they're on their private property, they do kind of have the right to do what they want with their land, right? In theory. So this is where it gets a little bit complicated, especially like politically, because you could kind of see both sides of the issue, right? On one hand, you have like a family who's been there, they could have been there for a while, but because of demand for the housing is so great that the property owner decides that, okay, I'm gonna move the single family home and turn it into an apartment so that we can provide housing. This is the things that happen. If we were preemptive in the way that we made housing, this could have been avoided, right? If we just allowed for housing construction where people aren't even living, if we can build more apartments in parking lots or like public lands, really anywhere, she probably would have been able to keep her home, because then there would not be a demand for developers and landlords to do this, But that kind of ties back into why they hate these people so much, right? It's like they really don't like it when people get evicted, and there's a certain case to be made by that, but a lot of times you don't see the bigger picture of how these sorts of problems could be avoided to begin with, So I just want to kind of point that out, and so two things, it's like, it's not technically fraud if a privileged person, from a privileged background gets these types of support, but it is something that happens, and it's probably worth talking about whether this is fair or not, right? Because in theory, if they're coming from a good family, the family should be able to help them out, right? But on paper, it seems like they are, a autonomous individual who lives off on their own, in the vacuum. So this is like, I think something we could do better. These things could be better made transparent. I don't know how to solve this, because it's too easy just not to talk about it at all, right? So just keep in mind that a lot of people here, if you run into someone who seems like they come from a good background but are fighting for scraps, coming from these programs, this is what's going on. And the other part is how it ties into gentrification and, why the narrative about why we talk about these things is the way it is right now. So if you have any questions, please let me know. And thanks for watching, and see you in the next video. Okay, take care. Okay, well, there we go. So I'm trying a different marketing approach now. And so today I kind of want to figure out how to do a campaign. So not a political campaign, but a marketing campaign. But I gotta share this video first. Be nice if I could make one more video just in case, like, because I'm gonna miss streaming probably more often now, so I need to resist the urge of releasing every goddamn little thing every day, Let's just do humanity first. Video requests. Okay, let me check that out. Wanna become famous? No, not really. Okay. Oh man, people who want to become famous, there's something wrong with them. I know, because I used to want to be famous. Now I know, no. Nah, it's not worth it. It's you can have a reputation. You know, having a reputation is nice. If it's a good reputation. Oh yeah. Oh, someone. Were you the one that sent this to me last time? Yeah. Okay. Let's take a look though. Yeah, I watched parts of it, but not the whole thing. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. Okay, so this is done. So that means I can do whatever I want now, right? Okay, well, let's watch this video what I think about it. No, I gotta work on my campaign as well. So, you know, now here it is, right? So maybe we can brainstorm a little bit, you know. So I'm just gonna call it the Yimby Arts channel campaign. But see, I gotta pay a little bit of money, probably like $5 or $10 a day or so, to try to grow the channel. So I want to get this right before I do it.
Each night, tens of thousands of people sleep in tent cities crowding the palm-lined boulevards of Los Angeles. But a struggling musician from South LA thought he had a creative temporary fix. He crowdfunded $100,000 and built dozens of solar-powered tiny houses to shelter the homeless.
Like, honestly, I could probably just make a video about this, like, look what they're doing. Because I get this question all the time, like, hey, but what about tiny homes? Well...
But on the morning city officials were gathering to celebrate their new nearly $2 billion plan to end homelessness, police and garbage crews were descending on the tiny homes, ordered by the city to seize and destroy them.
Being famous sounds stressful. Stressful as fuck.
Los Angeles. Emergency in the country's second largest city.
Problem that's spinning out of control.
Reaching crisis proportions.
Fair to shelter crisis as the city is overwhelmed by a spike in the homeless population.
Homeless camps are seen everywhere.
He's been living
on the I didn't finish it. Yeah, I was a little distracted.
What is behind this homeless crisis in LA?
Here in the entertainment capital of the world, over half the homeless population will sleep on the streets tonight, far more than in any other American city. There are 28,000 homeless people in just the city of Los Angeles, and the number has hit new record highs in each of the past few years. But LA Mayor Eric Garcetti has a plan.
This is a bold step forward today for Los Angeles. A year ago, I'll be blunt, the city council and the mayor weren't working together on this.
Garcetti introduced a funding proposal in February.
Oh yeah, to say the least. Wow, they were working against it.
Oh my God. LA residents off the streets once and for all. But at the time of Garcetti's announcement, dozens of homeless people had already found shelter.
Garcetti is so frustrating because I know he has good intentions, but he's just like, he doesn't want to ruffle the feathers, so then you have to do the work for him, and then he gets on board. You know, that's the kind of...
form of solar-powered tiny houses dispersed throughout the neighborhoods of South LA and beyond.
In Los Angeles, a growing movement is having a big impact.
It's an innovative effort to help the homeless.
Giving homes to the homeless.
They were built by a self-described struggling musician named Elvis Summers.
I got involved with building tiny houses because of a woman named Smokey. She's 62 years old, lives in my neighborhood.
Oh man, you know, I could tie this into something I did some years ago too. Let me dig that up actually. I wonder if they're still in there. I mean, the website is gone. The website is gone, but we did a project. I gotta dig this up before I forget. What? Ah, there we go. Well, 2016, 2017. I haven't updated it after a while. $20 a month. Social media beta to not make it too expensive. Yeah, maybe I should start small too, probably, before I go all in. Come on. Hey. Okay, well, let's...
As I got to know her, realized that she was sleeping in the dirt, and
there
I
it
decided
is.
to build her a tiny house.
In his
There you
20s,
go.
Summers was
Cardboard
homeless for
copy. There you
stretches
go.
of time
That's all I
himself.
need.
Now the 39-year-old is trying to help his neighbors who have fallen on hard times.
Some other homeless people came by and asked if I could build them one. I didn't have the money, so I figured, let me try one of these crowdfunding things I've seen out there. I mean, it blew my mind. I mean, I think I passed 50,000 in the first week. Total.
I made like a shitty website for her a long time ago. But this is what it is, see? She's called it Cardborigami, and it's a shelter tent that's made out of cardboard. It's a similar idea, right? So it's just a tent that's made out of cardboard, and it's been treated, and it's super cheap, and it gives homeless people a way to have a shelter. And so, we were doing it in good faith and thinking that, okay, this will help homeless people. Then I find out that they are actively attacking, ideas like, wow, so come a long way, man. I'm a lot more jaded now than I used to be.
Over
man.
100,000.
Summers has built tiny...
So, yeah, that's when I was going out with my ex too, and it was good times. It's good being, it's like,
homes
but now
for
I know
nearly
the
40
truth.
people,
Oh my
aided
God.
by professional contractors and other volunteers who sign up to help through his nonprofit, Starting Human.
Do
Each
I
house
know
costs roughly
Elvis? Elvis the singer? No.
$100 for
Isn't he
materials.
dead?
The houses
I'm
I
sure you're-
build have carpet,
You're talking
2
about something
windows,
else.
a steel reinforced door, smoke detector. It's got a solar panel on the roof, powers 2 light bulbs, and the battery pack has a USB port on it to charge your cell phone, which is huge. An address, American flag.
Summers also equips each of the 6 by 10 foot houses with a camping toilet and even window alarms. He says they were never meant to be a permanent solution, but unlike sleeping on the sidewalk or in a tent, his tiny houses provide the secure foundation residents need to improve their lives.
The tiny houses provide immediate shelter. The houses I build are very sturdy and safe. People can lock their stuff up and know that when they come back from their drug treatment program or court or finding a job all day, that their stuff is where they left it.
I got my resumes, my shower stuff. Want to not be homeless. Want to order pizza to my own home. Let's go there. I want a DVD player, man.
He's here to promote, and he's also here to keep up with the propaganda.
But as Summers was building houses, anger in the community over growing street homelessness was reaching a boiling point early this year.
These homes were nothing more than a detriment to mine and my neighbors' homes, families, and children. And they created
There's
a sense
an
of terror
NIMBYs,
in
man.
the residents.
Oh, man.
Nestled within dour tent shanty towns, Summers' tiny houses became brightly colored targets for residents who want the homeless out of their backyards.
They had the children walking
Not
in
in
the middle
my
of the
backyard.
street and not on the curbside when they're going over the overpasses.
Yeah.
Most of Summers' tiny houses
See,
were
I already know, all of this, this is very specific to the tiny homes, but I know this is
placed
going
on private land that's been donated to the
And it's so
project,
fucked up,
such as
they
a parking
attacked
lot
me
outside
for
a
bringing it
convenience
up,
store and a
you know?
church in Compton. A handful replaced the tents that have proliferated on freeway overpasses.
They're not right in front of a business. They're not in front of somebody's house, and the sidewalks are.
No, I agree, QOP. I need to use the Yang Gang more, but it's hard when Yang doesn't take the helm on it, right? He's been a little, let's be honest, he's been a little timid about it. So that'll happen once he releases his housing plan, and then I can feel good about spreading the word, because then right now I feel like I'm forcing it. I'm forcing it onto the Yang Gang. I don't want to do that. And they need to focus on winning the election. So, but if Yang, this is why, you see, this is what Bernie doesn't do, right? He's not a leader, you know, he doesn't set the tone on things, you know, that's why his followers are all like toxic as hell, and he doesn't do anything about it. You know, he doesn't set direction. He's not a leader. So what I need Yang to do is just be like, hey, let's talk about housing. And I know he does it in interviews and such, but yeah, like I said, you know, it'll happen eventually. It's gonna happen at some point. But I'm waiting, you know, I really waiting. I'm waiting. It's a little frustrating because, you know, I want him to just talk about it right now, right? Because look at all this. It's bad. It's bad, but
for extra wide.
Timing matters,
It seemed, as far as public places, the safest, best place to be until I could get land and then take them and put them on property, building a small community.
But LA viewed the houses as a nuisance. In February, the city council amended a sweeps ordinance.
Wait, who is this guy? Marquise. That's the guy. See, this is why I'm a little worried of this guy. This is the guy that endorsed Yang, by the way. See it? Marquise. I'm not shitting you either. How do you Google will correct me. No, it won't. Marquise with a C. Okay, Marquise. Did he the guy? I think he's the guy that endorsed Yang. Let me check, just to be sure. Just want to make sure. There we go. So I'm a little, see, this is where things get complicated. Okay, on one hand, he endorsed Andrew Yang. That is great, but he is, you know, he also caved in to the NIMBYs, right? And this is him caving in
to allow the tiny houses to be seized without prior notice.
So, housing, regarding to housing, fuck
police
that
and garbage
guy.
trucks descended, towing 3 of the houses to a Bureau of Sanitation lot for disposal.
At
My
least
phone
he
just
knows
blows
better.
up by everybody on 42nd Street.
So, like, people like him, you need to make it easy for them to do the right thing, because they're not going to do it themselves. You know, they just do whatever they're told, you know. They just do whatever.
Just freaking out, like, they're throwing us out of the houses. They're telling us they're taking them. Like, what do we do? I mean, they wouldn't let them get their clothes or their medications. They threw them out, left them on the sidewalk. I pleaded
Yeah,
with them. I was like,
it's
they
worth
have
making
wheel
a
locks
video
on.
about this.
Let me
yeah.
unlock the wheels at least, you know, so you don't break them. No.
If it tastes nasty, don't save it.
They refused. They just wanted to
Don't
take them
save
and
it.
destroy them.
Summers managed to move 8 of the threatened houses into storage before they were confiscated, but their residents had nowhere to go.
I had to evict 2 veterans who paid their ticket. They shouldn't be homeless, period. Just, you know, I get angry. They did their service. They gave up their dreams so the rest of us can be out here and be a bunch of assholes. You know, there needs to be some respect.
Our community was so
Yeah, there's no
negatively
respect,
impacted
that's
by
the
these
problem.
structures that many of us come together to get them removed. We called Councilman Price's office because we needed him to do something about it.
I don't think living in that box is the alternative to having some housing.
Kern Price is the LA City Council.
Yeah, okay. Well, what are you building more housing? No.
Who represents the district
No.
where the houses were located and who ordered the seizures.
My main objections to the tiny houses, I really want to call them houses, they're really just boxes. They're multicolored boxes. Is that they're safe, they're not safe, and that they
well, it's better than nothing. Fuck
they
you.
pose,
Wow.
real hazards for other neighbors in the community.
People in neighborhoods.
Yeah, okay. Let's look at LA City Council, okay? Just to be clear, you know, this is why I tell everyone vote for the new person, because like they're all terrible. They're all terrible on housing. LA City Council list of LA City Council. Okay, here's the list. Hey, actually, this is good. We can see who's running for what. Okay. Okay, vote this guy out. Vote this guy out. Vote this guy out. Okay. So... Okay, so here's the thing, okay? Oh yeah, Herb Wesson is termed out. Good, he should retire. A lot of people think he's a crook. You know, I was talking to. Anyway, it's a long story, but vote this guy out. Good. Okay, so Jose Huizar is being termed out, but it's actually he's being investigated by the FBI. So good, he's gone. He's gone anyway. I think you should. Man, Jamie doesn't even show up on this. You know, Jamie is working. Oh, man, fuck. Oh no, did Jamie not make it? Oh no, she didn't make it. Not enough signatures. This sucks, because she's Yang Gang. It's tough, man, because it's tough because all the Yang Gang are new to politics, right? And so we don't really have the infrastructure. And so... okay, but the main reason why... LA City Council SB 50. They all came out against all of them. All of them. They all need to go. All of them. I'll tell you. Wait, why is not all of them? So, we have a terrible voter turnout because everybody's just like so jaded as fuck. And so all the assholes run the show, but this year's different. But unfortunately, you know, I think these people would have made a better difference, you know? I'm disappointed about Jamie. I should have helped her out more, but it's rough, man. Okay, anyway. I was there when this happened, you know. I have a video to prove it. I should probably bring that up as well. The tiny link, okay, I'll click on that. Oh, there's a lot of stuff to go through. Okay, let me see. Paul Koretz is the worst. He's the NIMBY in chief of LA. So it's just you know, just remember, if you think NIMBY, think of Paul Koretz. Yeah, he is the NIMBY in chief of LA. Yeah, oh man, I'm disappointed to hear that they did not make the ballot though. Now I have like now we have slightly less terrible candidates. You know, that's the best we can hope for. This is the best we can hope for with Marquise. You know, he's you know, he's taking a risk. He's taking a chance, endorsing Andrew Yang and hoping it'll pay off. So good for him. But at the same time, you know, they can't be. Don't you know? He's very calculated. You know, everybody is very calculated when it comes to this stuff. So, okay, let's finish up. God. Yeah, let's finish this up.
That are concerned about all of that, their property values, and tiny houses and homeless people in their neighborhood have every right, period, to be pissed off. And I completely agree with them.
Yep.
But, you're misdirecting your anger. Direct it to the powers that be that are supposed to be doing their job. My whole issue and cause is that something needs to be done
the
right
city,
now,
man.
until
Not
permanent
not
housing does
tech,
come available.
not landlords, not developers. It's the city.
False sense of security, as would the tent be, without any real supportive services.
But to homeless people who had escaped tents and moved into the tiny homes, the security they provided seemed anything but false. After the city's sweep, they were forced once again to call the sidewalk home.
I've been homeless like 2 years.
I know it's fucked up. They took their homes and then now they're like living on the streets again, and it's like, that's cruel, man. That's fucking cruel. And then they have the nerve to like be like, oh man, Black Lives Matter. I'm like, fuck you, man. seriously, like, wow. All right, so wow, I can tie this into a lot of stuff, man. Oh god. Yeah, let me. I'm gonna have to sort this out later. So, campaign will be something else. I don't need Twitter. I don't need Twitter for anything, really. Then.
Who's an engineer who I gave the Red House to? He used to have it right here.
In the house, you feel secure because you lock your door.
After Willie Hadnot's house was seized by the city, he went back to living in a tent above the 110 freeway.
I try to cover it up, as much as I can, but as you cut it with a razor blade, it's not too much security you have at all. You know it's coming. You know that they really don't care for you too much. They said, first thing the officer told me, he said, well, get a job. I said, can you help me get one? I'm willing to work. It's not really hard in those jobs for a 59-year-old man, I'm 59 years old.
Willie is an
man, these are like normal
kids,
people, that's the thing.
Tinkering with things.
Like we like tend to portray them as like, oh man, you are the worst ones are like, oh man, you're a homeless person that came from the East Coast who settled here. Like, no, these are people that you know. And that's why people don't want to talk about it, because they're too hey, I got a message? I wonder if it's from that racist guy. Give me a second. Oh no, that's just a spam. Okay, never mind. I know. So it is bad on so many different levels.
I have a little platform, like a little stand for it, that I built to put this on it. That's a little wooden toy, man. But some kid would love to have this, man. And I got this out of dumpster, which I really don't like to say, but I do go dumpster diving.
A few days after I gave him his house, he pulled me aside and basically, he just told me that like he was so low, and there's just no hope. And he basically was giving up, and he was contemplating ending his life.
Yeah, as much as your family is crazy,
there's
right?
A chance,
sometimes,
maybe I can turn this around, and then just having someone come and suck it away from you. It's horrible.
I put a lot into it, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying I wanted a lot back, but I was secure with what I had, my little house, man. My little house meant the world to me, and it still means the world to me.
We've offered housing to individuals who are willing to come in, and frequently the response is, well, I don't want to go to the shelter, I just want to stay here on the street.
That's fucked up, that's a lie.
A fraction of shelter space to how many people are homeless, but otherwise the shelters are dirty. It's dangerous in there, the food is not good, it's got bed bugs, you can't go with a girlfriend, pets, or any of your personal items.
I'm not suggesting that the shelters are the answer. It obviously is a temporary step, an alternative step. I think it's a better step than someone sleeping on the sidewalk under a bench or on a bench. I think the way you make it better is having some kind of coordinated services, where you can refer people to.
Or you could build more housing,
as opposed to giving them a structure, letting them think
you could build more housing.
They're okay now because they had a little.
You could build more housing.
In a little box, and your problems are going to be solved.
You go out and spend, you know, many nights on the street and be treated as a monster, and then be given, you know, a warm place to stay, and tell me you're not going to call it a home. When the city took those 3 houses, they chose to do it at the exact same time that the council and the mayor were at City Hall unveiling the mayor's new homeless $1.87 billion plan.
This is an important policy statement, and I think it's going to provide us with a roadmap in a variety of areas.
We are beginning to make a difference, and a difference that is long overdue.
See, this is the stuff that gets the Bernie people real mad, but they're not willing to
so we're
confront
working
it.
really
So.
in collaboration with that we haven't before. We have identified a need to come up with some funds, a specific number of some funding for a prolonged period of time.
Everything that they have been doing, and you know, doesn't work. It's just years of circles and, you know, bureaucratic holds and wait times, and, you know, like, I would like them to care. 10, 20, 30, 40 years, I mean, where's all the housing?
Mayor Garcetti's plan focuses on permanent supportive housing, aiming to build 10,000 units for homeless families over the next decade. But in the meantime, LA is taking funds away from temporary shelters.
The tiny houses are, you know, a cheap, effective, immediate step, and as long as they are, you know, managed in small communities, that would be best. I've almost completed my first mobile shower unit, which I'm super excited to get done.
Currently, Los Angeles owns thousands of vacant lots that could provide locations for micro-housing villages like those that already exist in several other cities, including Portland, Seattle, Austin, and elsewhere.
I mean, not only they could open a few up that have been sitting there for decades that we could build communities on, but open up a warehouse and stop chastising the homeless for collecting the good citizens' garbage. Encourage them, give them a job doing it.
Well, we're trying to come up with some solutions. You know, we're looking at letting people
build housing,
say in parking lots, for example. You know, we have people that are in vehicles to park in parking lots.
It sounds like such a
perhaps
tool.
That could be a good location for tents, for other types of temporary shelters.
In May, following national media attention, Los Angeles returned the tiny houses it had seized, with their solar power systems missing, on the condition that Summers placed them only on private property. As for Mayor Garcetti and the City Council, they scored a success on the November ballot as LA voters approved a $1.2 billion bond measure to partially fund new permanent housing construction, exactly a decade after the city's first 10-year plan to end homelessness withered in 2006.
Every Angelino deserves a safe place to sleep at night.
The mayor's office says that though the city appreciates citizens' creative solutions to end homelessness, he does not support opening a surplus lot for Elvis Summers or other tiny house village concepts until the city has some more time to study the issue.
Business as usual for me. I'm gonna keep building, I'm gonna keep helping these people. This can all change. I mean, if people want a beautiful, positive community, you have to build one. You can't just, you know, sweep stuff under the rug and pretend it doesn't exist. If I, you know, can't get through to the city to open their minds, to actually give a crap about what's going on, you know, to the people of our city and create change with me, you know, I'll do it myself then. And with all the support that I do get and everybody that doesn't want to come and contribute, I'll get private land, we'll build small communities, we'll save these people's lives.
I just got over walking pneumonia, being out here on the street. I have a friend. Right here.
Fuck.
I do have that.
Depressing. It is pressing itself. Okay. Alright, well, this was good. I'll subscribe for that. See what people are saying. Yeah, this is pretty much it. You know, they've been talking about this for what? This was made in 2016, okay? So things have gotten worse since then. You know, if you can't believe it. See, it's not like government is like even like, see, they're not even, It's not like they make things harder to do. Some of them they go straight outright like you know, like straight like Nazi style, you know? It's like wow. Homeless people the new racism group. Well, that's always been the case, right? The vulnerable populations. Okay, so I think I can summarize this fairly effectively.
That many of us come together to get them removed. We called Councilman.
They do. I mean, they would.
Is that they're safe, they're not safe, and that
the houses were
safe, they're not safe.
Oh, yeah, fuck that guy too.
They
amended a sweeps ordinance to allow the tiny. But LA.
Okay, so this is where we tie it into Yang Gang, but it's not going to be pleasant. You know, you're gonna find out that okay, even Yang Gang plays politics. You know, so I don't know. That's kind of my thing, though. You know, it's like, man, don't be naive about it. Okay, like that guy's a politician. He's gonna say shit. He's calculating. You know, he basically made the calculation that okay, what is this one? Might be too much to do 2 videos.
So we found, for instance, that the housing authority here in this area had a wait list for single bedroom and studio apartments that was over six years long. And frankly, they're just too many.
I was homeless. I moved to Austin.
So we decided we
I don't know where
needed
you
to
would move.
build.
It sucks.
For it that, you know, I see myself in the walls, which is a really big deal to me.
Building this house saved my life because I was so depressed and so angry with what happened, what my significant other put me through. And it was like a godsend. So I built my house from all the way up.
I really like my space. Like, it's a very calming.
Okay, so I would, you know, let's just
help make the house.
do some testimonials here. You know, okay. Sorry, I'm skipping around, but I don't think I can watch the whole thing right now. I kind of know what they're gonna say though. You know, tiny houses are good. I like it. Wow, it sure beats being on the street. You know, like seriously. The alternative is living on a tent on the fucking sidewalk, you know, like it blows my mind that they go way out of their way to like do it. All right. So, what am I doing? Okay. Tomorrow I'm gonna go to a text banking sessions. I'm not sure if I'll be able to stream. I should actually find out what time that is. That's 1 p.m. Okay, it's not that early. Okay. Maybe. Depending on what time I get up. I mean, I could really lay it in on how bad. I could mention the LA, the LA ban on sleeping in your car. So how do I want to do this? Okay, so LA is really bad at housing. Here's why. Yeah, let me refill my tea on this, okay? This is a little tricky. The guy is back, really? Well, I don't know. I don't need to go to a gym. But what else is he gonna do? What else is he gonna do? He must have a lot of time on his hands. I mean, the whole reason why they're like that, why they obsess about race so much, because you're probably not, they probably don't have a whole lot of things going for them, personally. So they cling on to that one thing that they have, which is the idea that white people are superior to other races in every way, even though it's not true. It has its ups and downs, just like anyone. And the thing to tell these people is like, well, you're not really representing your race very well. Scientifically, maybe that's true, but what happened to you, man? Why did you turn out so shitty? Think better with thinner eyebrows. Okay, yeah. Take care of yourself, Cutie Tiff, just, and stay away from toxic people. That's what you gotta do, if you do that, I think you'll find life gets better, It's hard, I'm trying to do that right now, too. I realize, after doing the Yang Yang thing, I'm like, wow, I don't want to put up with that shit anymore. He's already banned, okay. The residents of city handpick homeless people that were allowed to. Yeah, they handpick. No. And they're like, I like that homeless person, but what about everyone else? And so they become kind of this weird poster child for homelessness. But I don't know. See, it's kind of messed up because it's really like a Game of Thrones or like Hunger Games things, right? Like you like. Everybody's fighting to become the favorites of the people in power instead of people who are actually solving the problem, which is to build more housing, right? It's like nuts. They don't realize they're doing that, it's really inhumane. But, oh well, here we are, So it's kind of funny, the most compassionate person in this whole video is that punky looking dude, right? So it's a good lesson, don't judge people by their cover, And it's in the people in the suits that are being all fucked up, Yeah, they do, people like it after you build it. Like, after, same with, like, condos, apartments, homeless shelters, they're like, oh no, I'll be bringing all the homeless people in my neighborhood, and then once it's there, it's really not that bad, and it's like, hey, it's kind of nice having the homeless people stay in a location instead of on the streets dying of heroin overdoses, Yeah, it's kind of nice not having needles on the streets. Like, it's so dumb. It's like so dumb. Like, it's in their own interest to build these things, but they just like, oh man, it's reactionary fear. You know, they just don't. They're scared. Man, everyone loved the Marianne endorsement. Dang. Watch this. Okay. I trust you.
This video is sponsored by Skillshare.
Why 50 million Chinese homes are empty. Okay, this should be interesting. That's a separate issue, though. Alright, maybe I should make this video before it's too late. I don't know what's going on this weekend. There's a lot of stuff going on this weekend. Alright. So, I'll start with this video. You know, since you wanted me to make a video on this issue, and I do think it's important. And then I'll be like, oh yeah, I did something similar to that too, you know, back in the day. It's this project. An odd thing is that I don't, you know, so it would not surprise me. Let me look it up actually, just in case. If they banned the tents, that'd be fucking crazy. Tina is my friend, by the way. I haven't talked to her in a while, but yeah, she raised money. You know, she's on the Forbes, like, I guess I should mention that. Like, I kind of don't give a shit, but Tina is Forbes. Tina, you know, 30. She's kind of a big deal, okay. No, Tina. There we go. Wow, she's younger than me, I think. Wait, that was... No, yeah, she's younger than me, yeah. It shows how China's actually corrupted. Okay, cool. Awesome, I love corruption. Oh, man. See, we can bond over that. Even though I'm an American and you're you know, from Poland and he was living in Italy and China, it's always like, wow, yeah, politics is full of corruption. We can all agree. Alright, I need a better article because it's not great. Oh, she's Armenian, I think. Yeah, so 2017. Okay, so I'll brag a little bit about, you know, I mean, I'm not that close to her, but I could call her up if I wanted to. I don't know what for, but okay. Cheap stuff from China because prisoner manufactured it. Well, they build houses to boost GDP. What? Are they trying to get foreign investors to buy their homes or something? Is that what their plan is? I don't know. I should watch the video, but right, because I know the Chinese government subsidizes homes a lot, and if you ask me, I don't see that as a problem. You know, it's like, wow, we have too many houses. Like, oh no, you know, what's the worst? Like, what's the worst that could come from that? Like, oh no, housing is too cheap. And yeah, it might be a waste of time, but at least it's not gonna, not this, you know? Okay. And then so I'm gonna play that clip where he talks about Marquise, and I'm like, you know, maybe it's not something you want to hear, Yang Gang, but this guy is not totally clean. You know? Oh yeah, where's my? Oh yeah, I forgot to get the video. That's what I'm missing. Ah. There it is. Yeah, I'm not gonna play this,
Yes,
but I was there. Oh wait, this is the public. This is the puppet show. Terrible. They're all terrible on housing. All of them. Oh my god. Okay. It sucks though. It sucks Jamie didn't make it. Cause I honestly, she was trying to do too much, you know. I think I've only gotten like 2 emails from her. So I think she had trouble keeping the momentum up. That's why she didn't make it. Ugh. A lot of them manufacturing moving to Vietnam. Well, that's what happens, right? Like, you know, China's becoming a nicer place. You know, China's becoming a nicer place. And that's why America spends so much time attacking them, because they're scared. Right? And then... But when standards of living rises, then the labor kind of shifts, right? So that goes to... So it doesn't surprise me. They're going to, like, Vietnam, Indonesia, right? That's another popular place where they build tech products now. So, yeah, Vietnam, Indonesia. What else have I heard? I don't know. You know, Southeast Asian countries. Don't blame voter apathy for low turnout. Who's really at fault? Who's really at fault? 6%. oh man. Okay, well, I mean that's good enough. I don't need to. Okay, I think I have enough now. I think I have enough to make a video. I'm gonna do it. What should the title be? You know, I wanna... LA is real bad on housing. They're the worst. I don't know, it's a good competition between us and San Francisco. We're both pretty bad, but... Alright, anyway. Hello everyone, this is Ryan from the YIMBY Arts Project. So I'm going to talk about Los Angeles, in particular, why we are really bad on housing. Okay, it's kind of a competition between us, San Francisco, and New York about, you know, how terrible can we be on housing. I think that top 2 worst places are San Francisco and then LA. I think we're number 2 in terms of the worst. I don't know. It's hard to say. They're both terrible. But here I'm going to explain the reason why. Okay, and it's not just that. I think like I get a lot of ideas from the Yang Gang about, you know, solutions to the housing crisis. You know, and most of them are pretty good. You know, and one thing that gets built brung up a lot is tiny homes, 3D printing homes, tiny homes, shipping container homes, micro apartments, so on and so forth. There's a lot of different ways that we can help, alleviate the homelessness and the housing affordability crisis, right? And so but see, this is what happens politically when people try to do this. It's a little nuts, and you're probably going to be a little bit disturbed at how bad things are right now. So this LA musician, he built these tiny homes for homeless people to live in. And if you were here, this was back in 2016. If you were living here in LA, you might have noticed these popping up here and there. But now they're all gone. Wonder why? Well, let's take a look then.
Viewed the houses as a nuisance. In February, the city council amended a sweeps ordinance to allow the tiny houses to be seized without prior notice.
Yeah, that was a short clip, right? And I don't want to play too much of this because I'm trying to keep the video short, but you notice this guy? Have you noticed? Do you recognize this guy? Marquise Harrod Dawson. He is Yang Yang, He has officially endorsed Andrew Yang. This was recently. I was actually there at the MLK March when he did this. So he's officially part of Yang Yang. But I wanna kind of talk about today about how he's not exactly an angel either. Just because he's Yang Yang, you have to be a little bit skeptical of these endorsements sometimes, because they are doing it as a way, like politicians do this in a calculated way. And so Marquise is actually not very good at housing at all. None of them are good, but so what I want to show you is what happened to I'm just gonna
seized without prior notice. On the morning of the 9th, police and garbage trucks descended, towing 3 of the houses to a Bureau of Sanitation lot for disposal.
My phone just blows up by everybody on 42nd Street, just freaking out. They're throwing us out of the houses. They're telling us they're taking them. What do we do? I mean, they wouldn't let them get their clothes or their medications. They threw them out, left them on the sidewalk. I pleaded with them. I was like, okay, well, look, they have wheel locks on them. Let me unlock the wheels at least, so you don't break them. No, they refused. They just wanted to take them and destroy them.
Summers managed to move 8 of the threatened houses into storage before they were confiscated, but their residents had nowhere to go.
I had to evict 2 veterans who paid their ticket. They shouldn't be homeless, period. Just, I get angry. They did their service. They gave up their dreams so the rest of us can be out here and be a bunch of assholes. There needs to be some respect.
Our community was so negatively impacted by these.
All right, so this has happened, So basically, they were living homeless, and then this guy came up with an idea to give them tiny homes just so they have a place to stay, a little bit of privacy and a place where they can lock up their stuff, right? So if they're doing a job interview or something, you don't want, if you're in a tent, anybody can just come by and take all your stuff, and that's not a good feeling, right? So that's why a lot of homeless people, they get driven crazy, because it's just you're always on alert and always on guard, don't take my shit, And so this gave them a little bit of space, a little bit of sanctuary from the outside world. And everybody needs a home, And then what did the government do? The LA city government actually went in. They went way out of their way. They didn't have to do this. They went way out of their way to knock them down and destroy them, right? That is very, very cruel, And the reason why this happens, and it's not a racial thing, it's not a it really has to do with money. It's about class and I talk about NIMBYs all the time, right? And NIMBYs comes in all shapes and sizes. Sometimes they're liberal, sometimes they're conservative, sometimes they're white, sometimes they're black, sometimes they're Asian. It's really not an identity thing. It's really about class. So we'll hear a little bit about why, how they justify doing these things, right? So
these structures that many of us come together to get them removed. We called Councilman Price's office because we needed him to do something about it.
I don't think living in that box is the alternative to having some housing.
Kern Price is the LA City Councilman who represents the district where the houses were located and who ordered the seizures.
My main objections to the tiny houses, I really want to call them houses, they're really just boxes. They're multicolored boxes. Is that they're safe, they're not safe, and that they impose real hazards for other neighbors in the community.
No, like what? You know, this is where, like, see, this is why nobody wants to talk about housing, because it makes the politicians look pretty foolish, you know? Like, one is that, isn't it better that they have this place to stay rather than wandering on the streets? You know, literally, if you watch the whole video here, you can see that, you know, basically, after they were forcibly removed from their home, they just threw them all on the streets again, you know? They did not add anything, they just took it away. And for what? You know, and now they're like wandering the streets, just kind of like intense again, and things have gotten noticeably worse. At least when there's tiny homes around, it kind of looks almost like it should be there, you know, not quite, but, you know, at least it looks better than this for sure. So yeah, it's very, very disappointing. And I've been kind of interesting because, like, during the same time, you know, I was doing music stuff. I have a lot of, you know, I don't know, I'm a little sympathetic to this guy because I'm also a musician, right? And we did, I did a benefit concert in this thing called Cardboard Origami. You know, I had to, this is a defunct website, so I had to bring it up myself, but so it's called Cardboard Origami, and it's come a long way since we started, but it was started by this this lady named Tina Hobsbawm, you know, and I met her through a mutual friend at USC of all places. You know, about how I feel about that place, but you know, not everyone there is bad, okay? So she had this idea called Cardboard Origami, where she was going to provide basically like these are tents made out of cardboard that is very, very cheap, and you can fold them up. And if you're a homeless person, you're allowed to, you know, you can carry them around from place to place, get a little bit of privacy. There's no locks on it, of course, because it's made out of cardboard. But, you know, who can argue against this, right? And so she made the Forbes 30 under 30 list for this project. But, you know, like, I remember since then, the problem has gotten worse and worse since 2017, right? And there's just like this feeling of like, you know, you know, you're trying to do a good thing, but the problems get worse every year. And most of it is politics, you know. It's not that there's a shortage of good ideas. It's like there are people out there actively opposing things like this because it just makes them look, they don't like the way it looks, you know. It's more about like keeping a certain image of your neighborhood rather than the reality of things. And that's a big problem we have, you know, when we talk about NIMBYism, because like a lot of the homeowners who would probably be identified as NIMBY, they care more about the image of their neighborhood more than the reality of things, right? And then so when you like knock down these housing, right, it makes your neighborhood looks worse, you know. And then not only that did they go around taking away the homeless people's homes, they even went through the trouble of they even went through the trouble of banning people from sleeping in their cars because they don't like the way that looks too, right? And so we're in kind of like an insane political landscape right now, you know. And if you feel like a little anxious or kind of like this feeling in the background, if you live in Los Angeles or San Francisco or New York or, you know, any of the American cities, like something is wrong. It definitely is wrong, you know, because they do things like this all the time. While when they go in public, you know, they say all kinds of nice things about, you know, trying to help the homeless population, but you know, then they just, it's like, well, you know, like let's see.
To having some housing.
Kern Price is the LA City.
something about it.
I don't think living in that box is the alternative to having some housing.
Yeah, so did you guys so are you guys working on making sure that we are getting more housing in California? It is no, a resounding no. They all came out against SB 50, which is the bill that is going to help with housing construction the most. I would say this is the most powerful bill in housing that's come in decades, and they all opposed it 12-0. And I remember because I was there. I was there when they said this. I made my case here. There's Leonora. There's me right over there. Yeah, I'm not gonna play it. You can check it out later if you want. But they all came out against it, 12-0. I was like, wow, you guys don't care, and it's true. Especially if they're doing stuff like this, So I gotta, so tying it back to Andrew Yang's campaign, right? So it's great that Marquise here endorsed Yang, but you gotta be, can't be naive about the fact that, he is playing games, and the thing about, there are a few councilmen, I'll just be clear. Paul Koretz is the worst. He's the biggest. He's the NIMBY in chief of LA. Mike Bonin is on kind of on the fence. So he's one of those people who know that we need to build more housing, but is too scared to stand up to the NIMBYs. So we work with him sometimes on certain issues, but it's tricky, man. Like you have to the thing is with these politicians, they're not going to take a stand on their own. They just do what they're told most of the time. And a lot of times, all they're doing is the NIMBYs tell them, hey, vote like this, and they say yes, because that's where their support is coming from. If you want to change this, we have to vote in new council members. So I usually recommend, since it's a 12-0, just replace all of them. I would replace Marquise too if I could, But I don't know. So it's sort of have mixed feelings about this because I know how bad these guys are in Pollen. So Marquise is probably one of those people who, if you make it easy for them to do the right thing, they probably will. But don't expect them to make a stand. That's really not their role here. All right, so I'm gonna talk a little bit more about LA politics, right? And so everyone in the district is anti-housing, at least on paper. So don't vote for this person. Always vote against the incumbent. I don't know who's better, honestly, but just make sure, you don't re-elect the same people. So vote for her. Sarah Kate Levy, she's a YIMBY. Okay, she is actually a hardcore YIMBY, and you should vote for Sarah. It pains me to have to, this is a Korean guy, and pains me to have to go against my fellow Asians, but he sucks. He sucks at housing. So this Jewish lady here will probably do a better job. And then vote against this person. And so Marquise does not have any competition. So maybe that's why he feels like he can do whatever he wants, and that's why he endorsed Yang. It was like, oh, I'm safe. So I'm safe. I can endorse that Yang guy now. So, I don't know. I'm sure he's not I'm sure he has done good things too while in office, but I'm just, they were talking about housing. Don't do that. And Herb Wesson, he's the guy, he's the head guy. I think he's probably retiring this year. Tired of doing all that shit. And then my guy, I live in District 14. Huizar is being investigated by the FBI. Termed out is a nice way of saying he raided, the FBI raided his house. For taking, ironically, developer money, and then he just kind of turns it around and then accuses his people like us of doing this, the very thing that he's doing. So Oh man, I feel dirty after talking about all that. So yeah, I'm not kidding. They all opposed it. It's clearly on record. It's it's here in video. But okay, so here's something more optimistic. Okay, so how many people actually voted? In the last election, 6%. That's really really bad. I know local politics has very low turnout, and to be honest, it's very hard to pay attention. It's unfortunate because this happened to a fellow Yang Gang too, right? Jamie here, you might have heard her name, Janie Tijerina. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but she was running in my district, and she is Yang Gang, but she wasn't able to get enough signatures. It's tough, it's hard for people to really pay attention to local politics. So that's why a lot of bad decisions get made, because nobody's paying attention. And so if it's 6% though, but we are expecting a fairly large boost in participation this year, and that may actually turn the tide. There's a chance like even Sarah could there's a chance that Sarah could actually win this year. Like the cards are stacked against her, on paper, but it's kind of like the polls thing, right? Like, oh, but if there's an unexpected swell in interest, she could could unseat the incumbent. So I'm hoping that'll happen, and that'll it'll be nice to have a actual Yimby in city council, make things a lot easier. But that's yet to be seen, just like Andrew Yang's campaign. And then here's some testimonials of why these tiny homes actually work. This is a little different. This is a little bit more permanent than the mobile ones that was in this video. But hey, did you know that having a place to live is a good thing?
In my 50 hours of community and service, and then after that, I put in about 50 more, and then 50 more. One of the biggest things that I helped make the house. So I have a special love for it that, I see myself in the walls, which is a really big deal to me.
Building this house saved my life because I was so depressed and so angry with what happened, what my significant other put me through. And it was like a godsend. So I built my house from all the way up.
I really like.
Yeah, so if you look at it, right, these are not big homes, right? They're not like mansions. It's one story, probably just a couple rooms at most, but they're cheap, they're affordable, they're small, and you know what? It beats being on the streets, But the thing is, like I said, I get a lot of ideas like this from the Yang Gang. Sometimes they're 3D printed homes, sometimes, and they all have the same idea of housing being affordable, cheap, and easy to build. Something that could unroll really quickly. But the reality is that folks like these, and I have mixed feelings about Maricar City, which I'm not getting into, but they are actually going way out of their way to demolish these things. It's completely nuts. When I tell people about this, they don't believe me a lot of times, because how can our representatives be so cruel, right, to our population here? But they are doing it, And so at some point we're gonna have to get real with this stuff, and really we have to address this. Otherwise, it's just gonna go out of control. Homelessness has risen 12% in LA alone this year, and that's almost 20,000 people newly made homeless just from this year, And when he's talking about, he mentions here about LA building 20K units in LA over the next 10 years. That's not enough, man. It's way not enough. LA alone needs 1 million units. We are that behind. And we have to start now. We have to get really more aggressive, or things are just going to get worse, over time. So, all right, but housing is good. So, I do think it's I have talked to homelessness services people before, and most of them would say that we need to declare a state of emergency because we don't have time to like say a bunch of nonsense like this. You know, it really is out of control, and you know, if you're like, oh, we'll build a few, you know, units here and there, like no, like the situation is really just that dire, and we got to do something about it. And if they're not willing to do it, we have to vote them out. So okay, so let me know what you think, especially if you live in the LA area. Yeah, so see you in the next video, and thanks for watching. Okay, take care. All right. He didn't get an endorsement from Pony Tony. No, I lost the Pony Tony vote. Wow, he's kind of famous, huh, on Twitch. Oh man, that was a lot to go through, but all right. I think I covered almost everything. Probably need a break after that. There's a lot to go through. I'll check the China one in a little bit later, I think. Oh man, this is gonna drive you guys nuts. Oh, now that he's fourth in the poll, it's a 3-person race now. Oh my god. It's amazing how shameless they are. Okay, I need to sign up for this event. Okay. I got it. A lot of the journalists are Bernie bros. They are, you know. See this chart? See, it's so true. They're like, they come from here, then they go to here, and then they go to there. You know, it's the triangle. And then they go on the media, talk a bunch of shit, and then they lose elections. That's the pattern. So, as far as I can tell, that pattern has not changed. And they're just gonna lose again. Yeah. They're gloating now, but I mean... like, I would even say Warren is probably doing better than these two. I don't know, man. Damn. Jeff Bezos got hacked by a Saudi prince. Wow. Man, those billionaire battles, you know? Get tense. Wanna become famous? Nah, that's okay. It's okay.
But as Summers was building houses, anger in the community over growing street homelessness was reaching a boiling point early this year.
LA is real bad on housing. You're the... Okay, I think I have enough now. I think I have enough to make a video. I'm gonna do it. title be? You know, LA is real bad on housing. They're the worst. I don't know, it's a good competition between us and San Francisco. We're both pretty bad, but alright, anyway. Ah, don't rub it in there. No, you gotta be better. Oh, hold on. I missed the cue. Really bad. Hello everyone, this is Ryan. Yeah, a lot of times, cause like, how behind? Oh man, that was a lot. Behind, and we have to start. It really is out of control, and the situation is really just that dire, and we got to do something about it. And if they're not willing to do it, we have to vote them out. So, okay, so let me know what you think, especially if you live in the LA area. Yeah, so see you in the next video, and thanks for watching. Hey, take care. I don't know. What would the Yang Yang think about it? Yeah. See, I can say I can like. How do you spell his name? Marquise. I wonder if the anyone in the thread knows about this guy. I probably have to put a reply here, but I'll do that tomorrow. But you gotta be a good winner. Don't be a, you know, you gotta be better. Oh man, I'm scared to think if the Bernie people win, they're gonna be gloating as fuck. They have no discipline, so they're gonna be terrible, man. They're gonna be like, yeah, fuck all of you, you're right. Fuck everyone that didn't believe in us. But it's okay. That will never happen. They don't win. They don't win elections. It's not their thing, you know. They just like making a lot of noise. Okay, did my tweet go through? Cause it got stuck. It got stuck. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, at least it's there. A few months later, they're gonna pay. Yeah, they're doing it a little bit now, right? Because they're so neck and neck, right? They're neck and neck with Biden, right? At least according to the polls, right? And then so now they're like, oh man, if we can get that few percent from the Yang folks, hey, fuck you, vote for Bernie, you know? Hey, Yang Gang, fuck you, vote for Bernie. I mean, like, and all the Yang Gangs like, what the fuck? Oh man, and I see them come up. You know, they're trying to do it. They're trying to court our vote. I'm like, dude, you do you remember what you just did to us like a couple weeks ago? Like, no shame. They are shameless, super shameless, and that's why they're not going to win. They're not going to win. They have pissed off everyone, and you know, it's not just us. They pissed off the Kamala people, they pissed off the Tulsi people, they pissed off the Biden people. And they're like, the way they justify it, it's like, yeah, you have to be, like AOC just came up with it, you have to be a troublemaker, right? They don't know the difference between good trouble and bad trouble. So, you know, if you went to jail for, you know, like, I went to jail because of, I protested against, segregation, right? Those folks were heroes, right? You're not gonna be a hero by being a dick to Yang supporters. I'm sorry, most of us are not. You know, we're not part of the 1%, you know? They're so barking up the wrong tree, you know? They're so dumb. They're real dumb. They're complaining about Marianne endorsing Yan. They complain about everything. So what's a Los Angeles sucks at housing. It's true, but is there another way to say that? Los Angeles is the worst. Los Angeles, I don't know. I don't know, this might be too much. Let's start with the main theme, which is Los Angeles sucks at. I know what to say. Be wary of this guy, you know? Actually, I don't even need to name him. Why even give him? There we go. See, that's true. I know. See, now that they need the votes, all of a sudden they're trying to be nice to people, but they can't because you know they don't know how, and so I'm like, I'm not voting for you guys. I'm like, fuck you, you know. If only you were just a teeny tiny little bit nicer, you know, or at least show that you're trying, you know. I like Aaron. Aaron is a Yimby. Used to work for California Yimby. I think he's Yang sympathetic. He hasn't officially endorsed anyone, but okay, there we go. 20 minutes, a little long, but you know. Oh yeah, he's probably too. I think he's sold out. Humanist Report is probably like being paid. Yeah, I think he has enough subs. I don't know. I'm getting into conspiracy theory land, but you know, they're just full of shit. And it's too bad because I know some nice people within the Bernie campaign, but like they can't keep their toxic people under control. So well, guess that's that. I don't want you as president. Yeah, he really, he kind of turned himself into a joke, huh? It's like, all of a sudden you have this candidate that is running on a humanism, you know, humanity first, and then he just can't wrap his head around it, you know? Oh, doing it in actual practice, huh? Kind of want to see how he Spoiler, he's already up to a great start. Yeah, sure, man. Oh yeah, see, at least he's consistent on this. You know, Bernie is not going to stand up to Biden because he has too much to lose. You know. Okay, so he is at least going against Biden. I mean, I gotta give him credit for that, but. So like I said, you know, the Bernie people has a lot of pent-up anger that is not, that Bernie is, you know, Bernie should be like punching Joe Biden in the face, you know? He should at least be trying to. But since he's not, they have all this pent-up frustration and anger, and they take it out on other candidates. You know, that's what's going on. So how does he rationalize that? You know, that's what I want to know. Like, how do you rationalize your own followers being toxic as fuck? You know, like, how do you rationalize that? Because I know there's gonna become some people coming into my place, and then they're gonna do the same thing. He looks like exactly like a Bernie bro too. Like, man. Like fits the description, you know. All right, I don't care. Okay, I really actually don't care because it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. He is on a down. You know, the Humanist Report is on a downtrend, and it'll hurt him eventually. Oh, thanks for the follow, Coconut. Yeah, people have been talking about this.
How's it, Yang and dudes and dudette?
Someone. Oh, yeah, no. Corvo sent me this earlier. Or he didn't, he sent, so apparently Project Veritas have been doing, like, you know, undercover, like, expose, and then, like, you know, Bernie people just talking, saying things that it's probably crazy.
My name is Sean. Welcome back to my channel. And you know, we're not really making fun of the mainstream media today, but oh boy, did Bernie Sanders, his whole campaign just get exposed by Project Veritas. Oh my God. Now, whether you like Project Veritas or not, whether you agree with their politics and who they're targeting, makes no difference.
I don't even know
when
who they
the
are.
Text on the screen, the words coming out of the person's mouth is so damning, right? And we're going to get into this video.
Part 3. Oh
but
my
as
God.
always, you know.
Yeah, but apparently this is everywhere. It's not just one isolated incident. They are everywhere saying crazy.
To give the algorithm a
crazy
little bit
stuff.
of gravy that the overlords require, make sure you smack a like and share this video. Plus, you know, Bernie Sanders and his legion of red smeared loyalist ideologues, I guess, have been on just a rampage, spreading so much false information about Yang and all this other stuff. So Bernie Sanders' campaign is literally imploding right now, and this could not be better for Yang.
No, it's imploding. Like, like I said, the surge is not real. You know, it's kind of like the flame burns brightly before it extinguishes. You know, his campaign is actually imploding, and because people like this is running the show.
He's just
man.
hanging steady, and this is the kind of stuff that's going to just allow Yang to just propel even further, because he doesn't have any of this type of I don't know how you would say it,
toxicity,
scandals, right? And how you know it's getting bad is The Bernie Sanders aides locked Twitter account after Project Veritas expose. 2 Iowa field directors for Bernie Sanders 2020 presidential campaign.
Wait, what?
2 Iowa Sanders aides locked Twitter account after Project Veritas expose.
They locked this.
Iowa field directors for Bernie Sanders 2020 presidential campaign locked their Twitter accounts after a Project Veritas video showed a top-tier organizer saying Milwaukee will burn if the senator does not win the Democratic nomination. So, goes on to say there's a reason why. Oh man, I'm gonna let them say it for the video themselves, because if I repeat everything they say and then they say it, this video is definitely gonna get demonetized. You know what I'm saying? It probably will anyway.
These people were on this payroll, and they come
me,
in here.
I do want to let the video play in its entirety, as long as they don't strike me for that. I don't think they will. But again, disagree with Project Veritas or not, it does not really matter their politics and if you agree with them or not, because what they expose is black on.
See, this is the same thing. This is the same problem people had with him in 2016. Like, you know, there are people like him, and there's several videos, and they're on the fucking payroll. They are being paid, and then they have these like crazy beliefs, and then they're like, Bernie, hey, shouldn't you do something about that? Shouldn't you fire them? And he's not going to do it because he has no spine, you know.
Why? So. I mean, it's this. What you're going to see is literally supporters of Bernie Sanders, top tier supporters, self-proclaimed top tier supporters, literally choose ideology over facts. Facts don't care about your feelings. But this is what it looks like whenever you go all in on your ideology. You ignore all facts. You insulate yourself in a bubble. You won't listen to common sense knowledge. I used to be a Bernie supporter, you know what I mean, until Hillary Clinton destroyed him in the election, and then he because of rigging, you know, stuff like that. And then of course Bernie Sanders went on to campaign for her, the very corruption that he fought against. So
yep.
You know, it's a career politician as usual, and these poor sheeple are just 100% on the hook, and no amount of facts and data, you know, some of them come over to the Yang and whatnot, but a lot of them are just so driven by just ideology that it ends up clouding their actual judgment. You got to remember, we had a big McCarthy smear throughout the 40s, 50s, and 60s, and if you were a it's just, you know what I mean? Like, these people should not be, they should be America first, party second, or ideology second, and that's not what's happening. So I'm gonna let it all play for itself. You guys tell me what you think in the comment section below. Don't forget, if you guys do want to get exclusive posts and all kinds of, you know, exclusive videos and all kinds of stuff first, make sure you head over to my Patreon and support the channel. I have a big Patreon project about how a secret Trump Facebook group, a very, very large one, and everybody knows Trump was influential with Facebook and getting an election right. Yang Gang has hacked and taken over a Trump Facebook group, and that video is becoming.
I know, that's bad. Get a hold of that's the owner real of the bad.
Group, do an interview, and that video is gonna be highly edited and nice, and that video will be brought.
I mean, because the thing is, you know what they're gonna say? They're gonna be like, "Whoa, you can't handle the." You know, they'll be like, "You can't handle Bernie. That's why you kicked me out." No, it's because you're being a dick. You know, and you know, if you're not a dick, you can. It's surprising how many places will let you in. You know, Andrew Yang went into that hostel like bar, right? You saw that thread, right? The hostel bar. Maybe we could check that out later after this, but huge difference.
You buy Patreon, so make sure that you guys are able to, you know, help contribute to more and more videos like that with highly edited, highly, you know, good stuff, right? So anyways, let's go ahead and play this video, and sorry it took me so long to get there.
Guillotine the red. The Soviet Union was not horrible. I always said, you know, I'm a communist. I'll straight up get armed and leave it to the Soviets to make the most badass, most effective gun in the world. I guess what he said. The destruction, the destroyer of imperialism and colonization.
Our next Soviet sympathizer from the Sanders campaign is South Carolina field organizer Martin Weisgerber. If you were shocked by our expose on Sanders staffer Kyle Urich's affinity for the Soviet gulags, hold on, because this
Oh man. even has all the music and everything. It's like, tonight on Dateline, you know, is your doctor actually a child molester? Find out.
This guy's got him beat. Weisgerber even suggests dissolving our democracy might be a good start for a Sanders dictatorship.
So, do we just dissolve the Senate, House of Representatives, the judicial branch, and have somebody like Bernie Sanders and a cabinet of people make all the decisions for the climate? I mean, I'm serious.
Yeah, the executive.
We can't address the immediacy of the climate change on the current
gridlock.
Weisgerber laughs about sending the rich to the guillotine, getting armed, and starting a revolution. Words that sound more like they were from the pages of Mao's Red Book than from a Democratic presidential campaign staffer.
Knock on wood. If Bernie was to lose, I would like to see yellow vest protests like here, stateside.
I'm already on Twitter following numerous groups around the country that are ready to organize yellow vest protests. Okay. I mean, I'm ready.
Let me know.
I'm ready to start tearing bricks up and start fighting.
Good.
I'm no cap, bro. I'll straight up get armed. I want to learn how to shoot and go train. I'm ready.
All right, let's do that, man. Hey, I'm with this guy. See? Oh, man. See? The problem is that when I invite people to do that, they don't ever come up. They're all talk. They're all talk. You know, yeah, let's get armed. Let's go to the range together, man. I'll go with you guys, you know. I mean, you know, you can't do the revolution without some sort of anyway, yeah.
Alright. I'm telling you. Good stuff.
Guillotine the rich.
Hell yeah. The guillotine's very humane too. Yeah, it's humane. It's humane.
It's more humane than the gulag.
I mean, that's debatable.
Like, see, they're just kids, man. They're just kids talking shit. Like, so it's not scary if you just see it for what it is. You know, they're just talking shit. Like, they're not going to do any of this.
I'm of the belief that, you know, I've read a little bit about the gulags. I think they're blown a little bit out of proportion. They were mostly for re-education. I don't know. What?
Montana's like, she hears this spiel from me all the time.
Oh, really? I thought you guys were like, no way. Yeah. But I think they were more for education. Yeah, I think they're more for education.
The gulags are founded as re-education camps.
Right.
What? I mean, we have a joke that people we don't like, we say, send them to the gulag. What will help is when we send all the Republicans to the re-education. Can you imagine Mitch McConnell?
Oh, God, he wouldn't survive a day.
Lindsey Graham. I only learned this in college when I started studying the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was not horrible.
No, it wasn't.
I mean, for women's rights, the Soviet Union is, I think, the most progressive place to date in the world.
Racial rights, too.
Yes.
Belomor Canal was constructed by 126,000 Gulag inmates from 1931 to 1933. It's estimated that up to 25,000 people died while building the 141-mile-long canal.
The first gulag that was opened, have you heard about the Belomor Canal?
No.
They dug a canal. The plan was in 1922, I think, to dig a canal from the White Sea all the way to St. Petersburg. A long way. Okay. If you look on the map.
Russia's big, yeah.
Right, yeah. And the whole point of it was going to be called the Belomor Canal. And I spent a whole semester actually studying for primary accounts from the Belomor Canal. The whole point of the Belomor Canal, there were no machines allowed. They forced the people to dig with shovels and hay, the whole canal, right? And you should see the people writing about their time at the Belomor Canal. There's this one guy, he was a thief from Georgia, who had been captured
Oh man, he's going on and on about the gulags.
And
Jesus
in his
Christ.
writings, like, I reject all thievery, I reject that past life. And he said, capitalism made me a thief because when there's poor people, there's going to be crime. He said, I went to the Bellamore Canal and I worked, and he became
Wow.
a shop worker.
That's very, that's actually, this is very illuminating. This is how they think about poor
Always
people,
met
you
the
know?
quota and exceeded the quota. And like, people came from America to work in the Bellamore Canal for the Soviet project, for the communist project. Wow. It's a beautiful thing. And the gulags became a lot more political as they went on.
It was a tool. It's like a boogeyman.
You know what? We have more people in prison in this country right now than Russia did at the height of the Gulag.
Preach. We do.
That's a fact.
It's essentially slavery. Disproportionate.
Oh, it is. Well, and there's no education.
No.
Okay, come on.
Of Engels and Marx.
I think I was radicalized.
Weisgerber says radicals in the Sanders campaign are on the rise.
Everywhere. So what Bernie's doing is, in the long run, he's flooding the offices with people that are like, oh wait, people like you and me that 4 years ago were like, this is impossible. Now we're like, oh shit. I mean, I'm even saying, with my level of radical, if this is where we are now, if this is where we came from 4 years ago to now, when there's openly socialist people leading in polls,
would never happen.
What's going to be 4 years from now?
His mom, who works for NPR's WBOR in Boston, is so far left she doesn't feel comfortable sharing her ideology with her own network.
My mom is very left as well, but she can't make her views known.
Okay, it runs in the family. I'm sorry. Sorry, Martin. Well, it doesn't surprise me at all. You know, it's very obvious, right? If this is the type of people that are running his campaign right now, I would not call it good judgment. Don't worry, none of that is gonna happen. Hey, Sonia retweeted this. See, this is the gift that keeps on giving. This is probably why I also didn't get the job, because I'm a little bit too combative, I think, when it comes to this stuff. Like, you know, there's some Bernie people within the Yimmy movement, and I want nothing to do with them. But they are there, you know. I mean, I'll be nice to them, but she's a lawyer, so you know, she's a fighter. She is the most rhetorically aggressive Yimby I've ever seen, and now that's her job. Speaking of which, hey. Okay. Been in any. Okay, there we go. The coronavirus, man. Everybody's all like, oh no, this has been the second case in the entire United States of the coronavirus. We're all gonna die. See, 2 will turn into 3, and then 3 will turn into 4, and 4 will turn into 5, and 5 will turn into 6 billion, and everybody's dead. You know? So, that's how they get you. That's how Andrew Yang's going to win, by the way. So, I'm talking about polling numbers. You know, we started with 3, then we're 4, then we're 5, then we're 6. Now we're at 8, and then we're gonna win. Get 50. Yeah, it's how it goes. You know, it's a slow trickle, and then boom. You know. Hey, thanks, Blair. I know, Castro's a good guy. I understand why people like him. People would die from coronavirus at other houses. Yeah, it's one. Like I said, it was just like, you know, they were already weak, right? They're like their immune systems are already weak, so chances are, if you're a healthy person, you know, you'll be able to survive it, but no, they're preying on you. Like maybe I need to become a lawyer. Maybe that's my career path. Maybe I need to work with Carla. Hang out with Sonia. Talk shit about the far left. She's an economist. You know, she studied economics, so she's very smart. Also, the Yang Gang. You know, I don't. She's not a. No, she doesn't put it in her thing, but you know. So I mean, her website is literally called "Sue the Suburbs." That's what I want to do. Hey, maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe they have a job. They probably don't have enough money, but maybe they have. Okay, what do they do? EMB laws, person is making more housing and affordable. How do you do it? We sue people who don't do it. See, this is the muscle wing of the Yippee movement. Without, like, no one would listen to us if we didn't have lawyers, you know, threatening to sue people. That's the lesson here, you know. I was young and naive and thought that people would just do the right thing if you just show them the way, but no, they don't do that. You gotta sue some people sometimes, you know. So, what's with those Bernie staffers on the project? I'm just a little concerned. Concerned. Well, that shows up in your name. I don't know. What? You're just being honest, right? Having a few beers and saying terrible things. You know, everyone does it. It's just like, which well, it's so hard to renew comment on the because of money. You know, he gets money from these people and their families. And you think becoming a Bernie staffer, you can just like any old like middle class or low income person can just come in and become a Bernie staffer? No, they hire their friends. You know, See, I even have a chart for it. Oh man, I get to the point where my throat is. Okay, take it easy. What if that was a Trump supporter? I don't think they're clever enough to figure that out. They're really kind of not very smart, you know what I mean? So no, they come from here, and then they go over here, and then they go over there. See? That's what they do. They go on here. But see, these are all people who come from privileged backgrounds, and who do you think? You know, like not everyone can just go waltz in and be like, hey, I want to work for Bernie. No. They have, you know, they want people who have red marks and all that shit. I like Yang, but he won't beat the other corrupt candidates. Well, we'll see. You know, this is a test. This is a fight for the soul of the Democratic Party, right? So, what's gonna win out? You know, well, see, there's the establishment folks, right? Represented by people like Biden and Obama. And then there's the far left progressives, who are like Warren, Sanders, right? And then there's us, the weird third wheel of the Democratic Party. So we'll find out. It's kind of a big deal, not just for the presidential, but it's really going to define where the Democratic Party is going to be in the near future, you know. And then I'm if Yang doesn't win, I'm probably gonna go back to being an independent again, you know, honestly, because I can't like I don't want anything to do with the other candidates, honestly. I can't. I'm not gonna vote for Trump, but no one will beat Trump. The Democrats are pretty weak. Yep, I agree. Yang actually has the best chance. You know why? I'll show you why. Where is that tweet that Zach put out? My video is blocked in Canada. No. There it is. So this is why I think we can win the general, you know? So the thing about Yang is that, unlike a lot of the candidates, he has the balls to talk to Trump supporters, you know? Everyone else is too chicken shit. So they're gonna be like, you know, he went into a bar full of Trump supporters. And then they're like, oh, who's that Democratic fucker, right? Like, you know, let's say stuff like that. And like, who's that fucker from the Democratic Party? You know, they hate the Democrats, right? And then 5 minutes in, they're all listening. You know? And so, you know, most of them were dismissive, but then now they're kind of interested and a little bit curious, you know? Because like Andrew Yang, when he goes talking to the Trump people, they're like, yeah, I'm not a politician either. Like, fuck, you know. Like he has that street cred, you know. Everyone else in the race, including Bernie Sanders, they are too tied up. They're too tied up with the establishment. You know, he's been a senator for like 40 years or something, and now he's gonna all of a sudden deny that he's not part of the, you know, it's all talk, you know. So if Yang wins the primary, I'm very confident that he can beat Trump, because Trump, you know, people don't like Trump that much, you know. Democrats not letting criminals and sex offenders to vote in, you know, I mean, doesn't surprise me, but I have mixed feelings about that. I think if they're reformed, you know, I think you should let them vote. You know, it's not popular to say let the felons vote, right? But I think we need input from all things, you know. What if they're falsely accused, right? You know? It's just one vote, right? Or a couple votes, so I think you end up doing more harm than good if you try to restrict things. Cause like who gets to decide, you know, who's a criminal? And undocumented immigrants. Yeah, the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. Kinda. Thread, who is this? Unrow. Wow. See? Like, what is this? Hey, well, I spent like 2 hours doing this tweet, okay? So I want to get something out of it. Oh yeah, see, the SF people know this. Yeah, see, conservative, like Asian, every vote counts. That's true. That's true. I guess I don't agree with the idea of I don't agree with the idea of like tightly controlling the vote, you know. Yeah, you should get only one vote, right? But I don't know. I think if they're you know, if they serve their time, I think that felons should be allowed to vote. Yeah, the undocumented immigrants is a little sticky, so I don't know. I don't know about that, but I'm not gonna get into an argument over it. Hey, Runty, welcome. I get people from Mixer once in a while randomly. I wonder, I haven't checked that site in a while. Okay. I should probably change this. Is this really family friendly? I mean, teen? Maybe teen would be better, huh? Because I do swear. I don't want to get in trouble. I'll do teen. 18 plus, yeah, you know. 18 plus. You're only allowed on my channel if, you know, you pay taxes and, know what a standard deduction is, you know. That's 18 plus. Nobody's watching my stream, I know. I'm multi-streaming, though. See, I'm in multiple places at once. Alright, well, whatever. Wow, it blew up, starting to blow up, that tweet. Do I really want to read this? Let me watch this. So, what's up? What, I mean, what happens on Mixer? You know? I really just signed up for it, just like randomly, so I don't know how to... It's mostly gaming, right? So it's probably unusual. Like, even the politics category on Twitch isn't really that popular. Pretty disappointed. But the reality is that people interested in politics is very small to begin with, you know. I'm going to ask your doc up to acne medication, 60 milligrams. Why is nobody watching your stream? Probably because I don't promote it. No, I got this number 6 over here is always wrong, but what is this? Let it go, let it go. Let it go. Yeah, it's just let it go, man. They see how dumb the Democrats and the Republicans and don't want to. Yeah, it's true. It is true. It's bad. Like, I don't. Like, dude. I just realized the more I get into it, like, how terrible of a candidate Hillary was, you know? She was, like, really, really bad. But they just shoved that shit in your face anyway, and then, like... You know, I'll be honest, I was really apathetic, too, in 2016, and then... So I was like, whoa, Donald Trump might win? I'm like, whoa... But then the media and all the polls say, don't worry about it. There's no way Donald Trump can win. Are you crazy? And then he won, and then everyone was pissed. and so I was like, oh, wait. Something's wrong, huh? Something is wrong. Where was Restream bot? Oh, see, that's... Okay, I'll show you. I'm pretty transparent about most things here. I am streaming in all these places right now, including Russia. You know? So, if any Russian bots come in here, you know who it is. I'm even streaming in Japan. Just in case... There's an English person, English speaker there who is interested in Andrew Yang in Japan for some reason. I don't know why. So I'm everywhere, and then you're the only one from here. These numbers are inaccurate most of the time, but whatever. Because the media wants to control. Yeah, they do. I'm leaving the stream. Alright, thanks for letting me know, man. You are very direct. I like it. It's like, I'm leaving the stream now. Okay, why is this? Okay, good. Straight to the point. It's fine. If my stream is empty, it doesn't bother me, you know? So. Oops. Let it go, let it go. I don't even know the song. What point did I make? Oh. Yeah. So here's the thing. See, I'm trying to follow this even in my own channel. See you later, Runty. See, I'm trying to follow this in my own channel. See, if you have someone from another campaign and you're like, well, when is Andrew Yang gonna drop out? I'm gonna just cut them off. You know. I think I've done enough of those conversations already. I'm just tired of. Because it is kind of a waste of time, you know. It's a waste of time. This makes everyone angry and anxious, and it doesn't get anywhere, and you're not really having a real conversation. Alright, so let's do this. So what do I want? Do I want high quality traffic or more impressions? I think I want high quality traffic. All my friends I met online have no mutual interest other than a video game. Oh man, I think I need to do that to socialize more. I don't know, it's just so disappointing, you know? I used to try to go out all the time in the Bay Area, but it was very disappointing. And you're back, okay, welcome back. Well then. I mean, why are you here, Runty? I mean, what's the... I'm just kind of curious why and how did you get here, because honestly, I did not look up. So if I want to pay $1 a day, that's $30 a month. $2 a day. $2 a day. Maybe I should just do $1 a day and see how that works. I can bump it up later if it's working. What is accelerated? Spend your budget evenly over time. Yeah, that sounds better. Add schedule. Yeah, let's do it whenever. Okay, let's end this. Let's end this on February. Let's do it for a month. Okay, I'll do it for a month. Do you feel like you're looking at someone else's stream? Okay. So just kind of curious then. It's fire. I do like people. So I don't play video games here too often. I do it sometimes, but I'm just on here talking about politics, you know. Andrew Yang. Feel accused of rape, they are so quick to jump the gun, they don't look into the facts. Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, because it's about trust, right? So I know some people who have been on the receiving end of sexual harassment, and I am sympathetic to them. You know, I am sympathetic to the Me Too people. But but I think there are parts of the movement where it's just kind of, you know, the more extreme wings of it have just like turned into a like you do have to like have some evidence, right, if you're gonna make accusations. But what is this stream about? Well, it's about Andrew Yang is running for president. You know, Andrew, you see the sign behind here? That's what the title says too. So I'm supporting Andrew Yang for president. I also talk about housing politics, how we're all screwed if we don't build more housing. You know, that's the gist of it. I don't know how old you are, but you know, when you become older and you're looking for a job and you're looking for a place to live, you sound young. Sorry if I'm making a assumption, but you have nowhere to go. You know, hyper targeted. So I'm gonna try this. I don't know. I think I actually don't know. Oh, thanks for the follow. Told me to take my coat. What the fuck? Don't go there anymore. What the fuck? That's fucked up, man. I don't think you did not tell me that. No, you did not tell me that. That's news to me. So, you know, I think I have a good, like, parents like my stuff, like, interesting enough. Avid political news readers. Maybe. No, see, how about, yeah, see, I think people with a little bit older children who are like, where's my kid gonna go, exist? You know, I don't want them living. Maybe even more, parents of teens, you know, like even more, they'll be like, ah. But if it was consensual, well, it was raping. Well, yeah, that's where it gets sticky, right? Because it's all about human emotion. He looked, not touched. Okay, well, it depends, okay? But, I don't know. See, this is why it gets weird, right? So this is why, like, women like having women doctors, right? So at least you kind of know... No, I don't know too many, lesbian women perverts. You know, there's not too many of them out there, if there is, but so no, the panty dropper. That's why, you know, if you want to do weird stuff like that, you have to sign a waiver. You know, they actually do that in San Francisco. I'm not kidding. You know, they have a lot of pervs up in the Bay Area. You know, that is true. And they're very proud of it, sort of. But then, yeah. So if you want to do some kinky stuff, you gotta sign a waiver, like literally. Like, yeah, that's the responsible way to, you know. That is the responsible way to I'm getting a really specific here. That's a good way to fix that issue. What issue? Imjin, I'm today. Okay, can you you're taking up chat, so can you like type like a normal person? Wish that was disrupted to Marseille. Yeah. Let's make this very specific, okay? So I'm gonna this is parents. I'm gonna do parents. Parents and renters. Renter parents. Okay, thank you, Runty. Yes. I'm all about doing interesting things with the chat, but the way you're doing it kind of takes up a lot of space, you know. So this is the one that confuses me. CPC bid. I should ask QP about what that is. You're tired? Alright. Alright. Now, this is the hard part. I have to make an ad. Oh, God. It's only 2 o'clock. I still have a few more hours. I might be able to do it. You going to sleep? Alright. Go to bed. Well, I'm just gonna put in the default. Yeah. Gonna sleep for 1,000,000 years. Okay, that's good. It's a long time. But by the time you wake up, then we'll have the housing crisis. Final URL. Is that the URL after clicking your ad? It should match what your ad promotes. We use a cross-domain redirect, enter it in a tracking template, okay? So the final URL, do I want people to come to my website or do I want them to go to my YouTube channel? Okay, 7:40 a.m. Got it. Okay, good night. Is that a question? See you later. Yeah, how do they do it? The Women's March is letting me. Well, I was actually there. I was actually there in the Women's March this past week, but it's it is nothing like it compared to 2016. You know, that's what they told me. I was talking to some of the women there, but now, you know, this is what the first one was in 2016, and a lot of it had to do with like being pissed off at Trump, right? So it definitely has that anti-Trump feeling to it. And so, but man, the first year I thought I heard was like insane. Everybody went. I even I heard about it, you know. So let's see, yambiarts.org. I may have to redo this a little bit. Let's see. Been in any of these? I guess it'll be my website. Yeah, because I'm just trying to get the word out, you know? Okay. $15 images. So what does that mean? Thoughts on the impeachment hearings? Well, they canceled a town hall because of it, right? It's making the Democrats look real foolish. Yeah, and they are kind of panicking about it because, like, they are kind of panicking about it. Because, it's not going over so well with the independents, you know? A lot of people think, a lot of independents and moderates, the impeachments have been not polling very well. So it's gonna, in the general election, it's gonna, backfire. So, yeah, you're probably not wrong about that. You know, they're trying to make it seem like it's this historical thing, right? And it's like, wow, impeachment, you know. He has done nothing worth to get impeached. Well, that's I'm not sure of, but either way, it doesn't even matter because it's not going to happen. You know, I don't even bother because they need 20 Republicans. They need 20 Republicans to switch sides in order to support the impeachment, and that's not happening. So, and there's no signs of it happening, and they're not even trying to make it happen. So, what's going to happen is that it's going to fail, you know? Like, yeah, okay, technically he did get impeached, right? Trump is now impeached, technically speaking, but they're not removing him from office, you know? So, Democrats are fucked this year. They're fucked. And then all the Republicans I know, they're gloating. You know, they're gloating, we're gonna win so easy. The only way the Democrats win this year is through Yang. That's why I'm supporting him, you know? If Yang doesn't win the nomination, they're just gonna lose. I'm not even gonna bother. I'm not even gonna try, you know? So, you know... So, there you go. Yeah, I mean, we could have a little, you know, we could have a debate about whether he did anything that was worth impeaching, but I'm like, I don't even care because it's not going to happen, you know. All because Obama bailed out the banks. Oh yeah. See, that was his biggest mistake, man. He could have been the president to be like, no, I ain't bailing out the banks. We're gonna do universal basic income, just like Martin Luther King said. Oops, nope, just kidding, haha. You know, so now he's gonna end up being like a mediocre president, you know? It's too bad. It is too bad. Instead of a great president, he's gonna be just okay, you know? You know, as far as the Affordable Care Act was a mess, but it's better than nothing, you know? So... optional, but add up to 5. So I have videos. Do I need to make a video? Maybe I need to make a video. I need to make a video. It's like, hey, watch my channel, please. You know, a commercial. Oh man, DSA in LA. Oh man. See, this is the whole problem with the whole thing, you know. This is also why he's gonna lose, you know. So the DSA is a very, you know, they're the biggest socialist leaning group here in California. I mean, they're a national organization, right? They're the biggest socialist group. But then they're like Canvas for Bernie. you know? And the thing is, not everyone in this group likes Bernie, you know? So basically, a lot of people, they went in and they took over the leadership positions, and they're like, now we're going to canvass for Bernie. Some people are super pissed about this. Like, you know, some of the older, you know, the older, more union worker guys, like, you know, they talk about this and like, fuck that, you know, I'm voting for Trump now, fuck you. And yeah, nobody got arrested, they got away with it. It's very disappointing, right? Okay, do not vote for Nithya. Okay, got it. Got it. Okay, good. It's good for me to know this. Well, I'm not in their district anyway, so it doesn't matter, but... So... let's... Hey, you wanna go to a DSA meeting, KLP? Wanna go together? we'll go hang out with the Bernie bros. When we fight, we win. No, when you fight, you lose. That's not how politics works, man. Anyway. Oh yeah, since you're here, what do I do with this? What is a CPC? I'm just doing the default. I don't know. If you have any suggestions for that? This is the part that stumped me last time. I'm like, okay. So I neither know, I rather not. Okay, fine. Oh yeah. Okay, fine. You don't want to go to a beer with Bernie campaign? What's wrong with you? Don't you care about people's health, huh? Oh man, they would say shit like that, you know. Oh god. This is hard. So... why is housing so expensive? Why does housing cost so? That's just as long. When was the last time they actually helped the poor? You know, when they went in and like knocked down their house. You know, they must have said, "I'm sorry, but this is my job." You know, that's when that little moment of apology was how they helped them out. Okay, I'll just do this. Something like that, I don't know. Yeah, they're all talk. The saving grace of like those videos, alright? Is that they're not gonna do it. They're not gonna do it. Just look at them. Think that guy on that Project Veritas video is gonna do anything of that sort? I don't think so. He's just putting on a show for his girlfriend or whatever, you know. That's what it's really about. See, NIMBYs. See? They don't know what this means, but maybe it'll catch their attention. NIMBYism exposed. I don't know. It doesn't sound like me though. This is a lot of work, man. And I feel like I need to make a video. Just like just me talking about my channel, you know? I don't think I need this. The thing is, Andrew Yang is he's much more famous than Yimbys are, so. So. I need to put that in. Andrew Yang on housing issues, maybe on. Year of this battery's dying already. I heard that iPhones are getting worse. Everything in tech is getting worse right now. It sucks. Everything. Your housing's getting worse. I don't know. Andrew Yang, Yimbys, I don't know, it's good enough. Business is bad. Yeah. Your family's, yeah, see, you are that demographic that's getting squeezed out by Amazon, you know? It's a real thing. You know, it's a real thing. A long headline. Man, how do you represent an image? Housing as an image. We all gave Jeff Bezos. Yeah, see, that's what happens in a monopoly, right? So it's like, wow, Google, everybody loves Google, so let's give them all the power. And then we gave them all the power, and then they get lazy, and it turns into shit, you know? And then it has to get broken up, and then so they broke it up, you know? They're now called Alphabet. And the cycle continues, you know? Gentrification. I like this thumbnail, actually. Can I use that? What am I trying to do? Well, I'm trying to drive more traffic to the YouTube channel, right? Do you think I should I drive track it to the website or to the YouTube channel directly? That's what I'm kind of debating. You are gentrification. Poor people, please live quietly. Wait, I don't want to use. I want to use this as the image, not the logo. There we go. Yeah, that works. Use square. Long headline. Long headline is... Too lazy to read, they need visual. Yeah. But I am really targeting people who are really serious. Or hopefully are serious, you know. So, you know, if you're in the top 10%, you can afford to be not serious about a lot of things, but I am targeting political readers and also parents of teenagers. Because this should be most concerned. You know, I talk to older audience usually, but so we'll see. We'll see. See, I don't know, right? Like, we won't know until we test it out. So we try different demographics. You know, if you follow, you increase your chance to get people interested. Yeah, but you gotta kind of have like a hook, right? Kind of be like, okay, why would I be interested in this, right? Yeah. Like, who would like, you know, be appealed to this, right? Older NIMBY crowds? I don't think so. Oh man, they'll look at this and I'm like, and then they'll leave. You know? But I would think that parents of teens might be a little bit more open to the idea because they'll be like, oh, where's my kid gonna live? You know? Your intro to your videos are important, and thumbnails. Yes. That is true. I do need to make an intro video, I think. At least one, right? So I'd be like, hey, I'm Ryan. How's it going? I talk about housing. Here's this unrelated thing. So yeah, I gotta keep it more focused. So, but I think I can talk about... I think this is most representative, right? I do research. I do research. I'm a... Why can't I buy a house? Why is rent so high? Yeah, those are good things too. Actually, yeah, see, those are called pain points. But I'm a little conflicted because Andrew Yang talks a lot. Actually, I can do comparisons, right? Let me just put that in. Why can't I buy a house? Why is rent too damn high? See, oh man. See, that even ties into a meme. Man, this is a lot of work. I hate this. I hate doing all of this. I hate everything about this, but I gotta do it. Okay. Just want a briefing. Yeah, Cutie Tip, you gotta work on yourself, you know, sometimes. It's tough, you know. I don't know, maybe I'm just used to being single, because I kinda don't give a shit, but I don't know, it's just like, you know, man, sometimes you need time to yourself and be like, hey, what do I want, right? What do I want? And if you can figure that out, oh god, okay. Renter parents with teen children. It's so specific. Wait, enter keywords and URLs. Oh my god, what? How about I just put Yimby action? That's pretty straightforward. Oh man, see, yeah, see, they did all the work for that. Okay, let's just put Yimby. let's put abundant housing. Oh, that's wrong. Abundant housing.la.org. All right. Good. I mean, I guess I should put all of them, huh? I just sent that out earlier. I mean, do I have to put all of them in? That's a lot. Try using tags regular people might see that are potentially supporters. Yeah. Regular people. Ugh. Yeah, oh man, the Yimby people are not regular, that's for sure. Oh man. Older people watch the news, that is true, but older people will be less sympathetic to the Yimby stuff, so you gotta be careful. What is another major Yimby? Oh yeah, SD, San Diego. And I think, yeah, see, I should really like target the California folks. Okay. LA Yimby, that's defunct. We got merged. Oh no, they are. I think they're still. Wait, this is. Oh no, they're still active. I think. Wait, who are these people? Is that like their own thing or something? I don't know. You ever date girls you printed something they are not? You ever date girls you pretend something they are not? You mean like, are you talking about you are trying to pretend something that you're not to impress them? Is that what you're asking them? Is that what you're asking? Because everybody does that. Everybody does that. And eventually it leads to heartbreak because it's like, you don't like me for who I am, yeah. And then, so I try to be like, hey, you know, I try to be myself all the time, even when it sucks, you know, even the parts that aren't. Oh wait, what am I doing? I have to add these, fuck. Yep, that my guys saying, okay, yeah, that's fair. That's a fair question, but so I try to be myself, and that weirds people out. I've gotten dates before by pretending to be something, you know. Like, hey, I got a job at the mayor's office. Isn't that cool? I don't really give a shit. Like, I don't. So basically got nowhere. I even, see, back when I had more money, I even paid to get a dating service, you know? I'm saying, like, okay, well, I'll check this out. It was bad. It was just like, wow. Okay, I need to redo this. Oh wait, no! Ah, no, what am I doing? Oh, I see how it is. Okay, so this like aggregates all the things that are in here. Okay, got it. Got it. And then, there's too many. I'm just gonna pick the biggest one. Yes, in God's backyard. That's just a... Wow, no, it's actually a thing. Say, so, you know, hey, you know, what goes with the religious crowd, you know? I'm like, Yimby, San Diego Yimby Dems. Where's that? There it is. Oh, it's dead. They got a nice website too. Yeah. Low income apartments near me. That sounds good. California houses, affordable apartments, affordable homes, affordable apartments. That's true. That's a demand for affordable housing is extremely high right now. Affordable homes near me, affordable rented apartments near me. Near me. See, this is see, this is what people are looking for, you know? I just want a place to live. I just want a cheap place to live. Wow, why it doesn't exist? Hey. Housing is cheap as Venezuela. Yeah, you know, housing is cheap in Antarctica too, but you know. Sustainable housing. Yeah, I guess that's something everyone has in common. Homes for low rent, apartments. Yeah, I mean. Low cost house builders in. Low income apartments near what? I'll put in the LA thing because I live in. Housing in San Francisco, fuck. Alright. Let's check it out. Got it. There we go. Teen Yimby avid political readers something. I heard that some people live in capsule hotels in Japan and China. $8 per day, not bad. How much is that per month? 240? Dude. I would do that. You know what they do that? You know what they do here? They ban it. They're like, no, that's too cheap. If you're not rich, you should not be in LA. What are you talking about? You know? We are the crazy ones. I'll follow them just in case. I know, it's only like 300 bucks, you know? Any. Oh man. See, KOP would be happy with this. You know, the Bernie tweet is catching on. Oh man, oh the far left, oh man, they're having a field day, man. It's just like, oh no, Joe Rogan endorsement. Now they get, oh man, see, this is, I told you guys this is gonna happen. They're gonna tear each other apart due to infighting, because they're all the big egos and people who don't care anything except for the attention. They're all gonna come out now, and they're all gonna be like, Okay, so I got the headlines. I need more images. I need a video. Need a long headline. I can't see. You should tag me. You can't see it, really? Oh yeah, you can't see it, huh? I'll tag you here. This is my long ass tweet. There you are. Alright. There you go. So, okay, it's at 36, 26. I mean, I got a lot of retweets because it's very informative, you know? I'm out of my phone. Let's read I still have this up, Corvo.
And tonight we're staying in.
Okay, this is a little bit. This seems like it's going to be a lot of information, so I need proper. I'll take a look at the capsule.
Not only the cheapest, but arguably one of the best capsule hotels in the world.
This is really trippy, guys.
He sounds a little bit like Andrew Yang.
Is it a spaceship? And the other is in a nightclub, and I'm very, very lost.
Be good to take a break for the marketing
Hello,
stuff.
everybody, and welcome back to China. Today we're in Shenzhen, arguably one of the most technologically
He's the illegal son.
And when I was looking up things to do here,
And somehow he became white. You know, somewhere during the process. Yeah. Confusing,
where to stay,
right?
I came across something that was unbelievable.
Of not only the cheapest capsule hotel I have ever seen, but also supposedly one of the most unique in the world.
And I don't really know much about it other than what was said on the Unique Hotels website and also the reviews.
He gets money for traveling. He has almost 1 million subs.
Guys, check out what's on the corner here. There's a Walmart like 2 minutes away from the hotel. Okay, I've never been to a Chinese Walmart before, and I've heard like crazy stories about it. Like, they're absolutely enormous. So I gotta check this out.
Yeah, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, this store.
Okay, so everything in Japan is better. The best thing about Yoshinoya. Yoshinoya, do you know Yoshinoya? Okay, if you live in LA, you know what Yoshinoya is, but McDonald's still sucks in Japan, but I'll show you a video about.
Okay, so I don't want to get too sidetracked here, so I'm just going to limit myself to 1:30 rapid fire explore. Oh my gosh, the aisles just stretch on and on.
I bet there's a video about this already.
On the most insane Walmart ever. Alright guys, okay, so welcome everybody to the food floor. I've never seen this kind of setup at a Walmart before.
Yeah, Walmart does it, you know, it just everything in Japan is higher quality, even Walmart.
You're wondering what a Snickers look like in Chinese. 2 of them.
I mean, this is not Japan, but Sorry, okay, I'm skipping around. I get.
Of the capsule or the curtain. So
there's-
to be honest, the comfortability is not normally there. But I'm very happy to say here that this is officially the largest capsule I have ever seen.
See,
with
it's
my
not
arms
bad.
Being able to stretch the entire width of the
Better than
capsule,
being
a
homeless,
pretty
what the
high
fuck?
ceiling, and
You
being
know?
able to make 1.5 full turns. Now, although this capsule hotel
See, this
was
is Japan. This is China, right? This is China, not Japan. But Asia does housing better. I'm sorry, Asia does housing better than we do.
the cheapest I have absolutely.
They just do it better.
Having a touch-controlled purple dashboard light.
$8
of this pod. This was not only the best
$8 a
value I've
month.
ever received in a
No,
capsule
not a
hotel,
month, but $8 a
truly
day.
The best experience.
It's China.
Is it
It's
a
China. I got
station? And
mixed
the
up.
other is in a
It's China.
nightclub, and I'm
It's hard because they China and Japan are stealing ideas from each other all the time. So it kind of looks all the same in a weird way. All Asians think alike. Okay, no, but all right. Well, this was good. So I have to talk about the beef bowl. You know, because I was like, I took my brother to Yoshinoya, right? You know, Yoshinoya is. Oh no, this is like a actual restaurant. Not this one. Oh no. Fast food, the fast food version.
Having the egg run through the rice is amazing. You know what it reminds me of? Like a creamy rice. Super creamy rice. This one's just rice.
Alright, yeah. See? Look how cheap they are. You know, I got this thing, right? So last time I was in Japan, Ryan, you're not weird. Well, I'm weird in a certain way that doesn't make it easy to date people. Okay, I'll be honest. I'm just like, wow. But you know, just gotta be comfortable with it. You know, and I'm a little complicated, okay, but it's fine. 3,200 yearly. That's it. Okay, so if you're ever in Japan, for some reason, go to Yoshinoya. You know, it's a fast food chain in Japan. It's like going to McDonald's. And they're like, whoa, like this is what I get usually, right? And it's like, you can get all this. A nice little sukiyaki bowl with a fucking egg. And for 690 yen. That's like about that's about $6. In US dollars, you know. You'll go to Japan when you start working, having enough money. Yeah, it's a fun time. And look how good it looks.
Lots of flavor.
Oh man, I'm starving. I wanna.
Sticky rice is like sushi rice. And what they were telling me to do is to put everything on top. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this on top and then the egg. Nice. It's like scallions with probably number one.
I'm hungry. I want to eat that right now.
And I love how big the selection is because it's not just this bowl.
Yeah, you can get all kinds of stuff, and they're all look. This one you can get for. See, there's the cheapest one you can get is for 380 yen. That's like $3. You know, you get a good size. Like, you know, it's not small, right? It's not small. The bowl is pretty hefty, and so you get a nice meal like this for like $3. And what you can be. You know, and if you want to go upscale, you can buy $6. Like, do you want to see something good? Is that a trick? Are you trying to trick me? Say, hey kid, you want to see something cool? Man in a trench coat. Sure. Whatever. Anything that'll distract me from this thing. Long headline. Why is the rent so damn high? I mean, I could just be say like, NIMBYs are to blame. What is a NIMBY? Then, how do I tie it back into Andrew Yang? You know, that's the challenge. Or do I have to? That's the thing. Do I have to? Maybe I should keep it separate. I don't know, I should experiment actually. I just leave them in. China and the coronavirus in a nutshell. Does this thing look like death in your bowl before walking out? Bats live in the... Bat broth. Bat broth. Yum. Descriptions, add to the hell details. I don't know, this is not... I don't like this. Would Corona again? Ugh. Well, you know, Chinese people eat anything, man. Yeah, I'm not kidding about that. They'll eat anything. See, Japanese people are a little bit more picky. That is one thing. They're little. Some people would say that Japanese people are a little bit snobby, you know, and they're not wrong. NIMBYs. There we go. Wow, perfectly 90. Good. I have a friend that is scared of eating Japanese food because he thinks he would die from sushi. Wow. Well, you know, that's not too uncommon in Europe, or you know, I even meet some like some you know, even some white people in the US, you know. I don't know. Might as well try different things, right? Japanese food, yeah, it's even gotten more popular even in the United States, and you know, we've been eating it for a while here. So it's pretty much, I do think Japanese food is like really in right now, at least in LA. So, you know, the funny thing about, we could have a interesting conversation about MSG, you know, MSG. How like MSG, right, got a bad rap. And it was just like, oh, it's gonna cause health issues or whatever, and then turns out that was not true, and it was motivated by political interests to try to put the Chinese food industry out of business. So, and the weird thing is, right? The weird thing is that, okay, what is this song? Let's start World War III, okay. Okay, this will be my background music then, I guess. What is this? Who are these people? They're a Japanese group, huh? Japan very much looks like this everywhere, you know, at least in the city. So. Yeah, it's a pretty good song. I agree. You know why Japan can make good songs? Because of housing. See, they have more time where they can do weird shit like this instead of looking to pay rent. You know? Oh my god. Okay. I need to finish this before I leave today. I mean, I gotta do this. I gotta make my little short intro video. You know, let's make it like 10 seconds. Maybe it'll give me inspiration for this song. Okay. I like it though, it's creative. Got an interesting style to it. Western Europe is pretty dirty. Live in Italy is full of trash. No, that's the same thing in LA. LA is full of shit. Like look at San Francisco, right? Look at San Francisco. Like look at San Francisco is like one of the wealthiest places in the world, and look, the streets are literally full of shit. Like, so something about money and corruption, you know. And, you know, there's a thing there. Okay, I gotta refill my tea. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh wait, did it jump to a new song? It did. Okay. Okay, this should be good, but maybe I'll get. She'll help me get worked up. Let's see.
Somebody tap Bernie Sanders and tell him that there is absolutely no comparison between workers in Vermont experiencing a change in their company's ownership and slavery. Apparently, this is something that has to be said. The Daily Beast unearthed comments from 1976, and stick a pin in 1976 because I know that you guys are going to have a comment about that, where he was decrying the change of this company's ownership without the consent of its workers. And so he said, how far are we really from the days of slavery when black people were sold to different owners without their consent? How far are we really from the days of slavery? Bitch, in 1976, white-ass Vermont? Are you fucking serious? Last I checked.
Oh man, they say stuff like this unironically though.
In a boat.
That's what.
A boat ride from hell.
They are
shackled,
a joke,
surrounded
man.
by disease, surrounded by death, starved, traumatized, violently ripped from their loved ones, shipped off to a foreign land. That didn't happen. The workers in Vermont got their benefits, they had their labor laws, they got paid, they went the fuck home to their families who were also not enslaved. Where's the connection there? The fact that you can fix your face and say that there's a short distance, a small distance between those two wildly different things is so unconscionable to me, even for Bernie Sanders. And I know what you guys are going to say. Well, it was so long ago. It was 1976. What difference? Like, why are you talking about old shit? Okay, well, I thought Bernie Sanders was so goddamn woke. Don't y'all like to trot out that one picture of him allegedly marching with Dr. King and talk about how great Bernie Sanders was? Bernie Sanders has been
He's
down
living
with,
in
he's
the
been right
past,
with us
man.
for all these decades.
He's living in the
people.
past.
Okay, well then how the fuck is he going to sit up there and say white workers in Vermont, black slaves, same difference? Make that motherfucking make sense to me because I'm not seeing how it makes sense. And then you're also going to say, how dare you say that the grandson of a Holocaust victim doesn't know about horrors? Apparently the fuck he doesn't know about the horrors of chattel slavery in the United States of America to make a stupid ass, ignorant ass comment like that. He didn't get it then, and I haven't seen where he gets it in 20 either.
Yeah, it's real dumb. Hey Runty, welcome back. I'm gonna start a video. Soon. I'm just gonna try to make a quick ad. You know, man, can I do a 10-second video? That's hard. Should practice. But before that, well, it doesn't need to be that short actually. I just need it to, you know, maybe a minute. It's like, what There we go. See? So he wants to put what is the root causes? NIMBYism. They're gonna know. See, they're not gonna do it. They're just not serious. They're not serious people. went to the store. All right. Cool. I think I think I saw the shop before. I'm pretty sure I was in. You know, there's probably more than one, but Tokyo is a bizarre place. You know. Okay. Wow, all the cosplayers out here. Okay. Anyway. Okay, so I have to try to make like a video, just me talking, just, you know, it's like usual, and then I'm just gonna be like, hey, this is the MB Arts. I'm gonna move this away. This is not relevant. Close this. Close this. Maybe I should. Nah, I don't wanna. Okay. And now this is for later. And I need something about Andrew Yang, I guess. Maybe his... Alright, let's try it. I'm gonna try it out. Hello everyone, this is Ryan from the EMB Arts Project. This is just a little short video about me explaining what this channel is about. So this channel is called EMB Arts. EMB starts for... Okay, I messed up already. It's fine. Stands for... Might have to do a few practice runs. Let's see. Stopwatch. Hey everyone, this is Ryan from the EMB Arts Project. So, I've been doing a short little video explaining what this channel is about. So, this is called EMB Arts. EMB stands for Yes in My Backyard. And it's in opposition to Not in My Backyard. I'm just kind of looking at the time now, you know, pacing. It's, I gotta go a lot quicker. You know? Okay. Valkyrie War, is that an anime? Okay, let's try it. Hello everyone, this is Ryan from the EMB Arts Project. So, this is an explanation of my video. I don't think I need to say that. Hello everyone, this is Ryan from the EMB Arts Project. EMB stands for Yes in My Backyard, which is in opposition to Not in My Backyard. And lately, I've been making videos about Andrew Yang's campaign and how that relates to housing. So, because Andrew Yang has this in his zoning policies, I've been following his campaign and become a big supporter. So, my channel mostly focuses on, you know, quasi-academic, political things. I work in housing politics on a local level, and I make charts like these. I really like to make PowerPoints and, you know, presentations like this. I also talk about, you know, systems theory, yada yada yada. So if you're interested, please check them out. You know, I also talk about a little bit about this technology, kind of the intersections of technology, politics, and housing, I would say. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so yeah, I gotta refine that a little bit more, but I think that's everything I want to cover. So let's try again. Hello everyone, this is Ryan from the YIMBY Arts Project. So YIMBY stands for Yes in My Backyard, and that is in opposition to NIMBY, Not in My Backyard. And I am currently supporting Andrew Yang for president, if you see that sign back there. And the reason why I support him is because he is very good on housing issues, and I do think he's the one that is going to help us get out of the housing crisis as we speak. So on top of that, I do a lot of quasi-academic, presentations and PowerPoints here, and so you could check it out. This is how housing works, at least as far as I know. It's very, very complicated. Here's something more systems theory versus specialization. So I do a lot of political analysis content here. So if you're interested, please take a look, and yeah, thank you very much. Okay, it's about the same. Someone messaged me. Okay. Close that out. Okay, so I kind of have an idea how long it is. So it could be 1 minute. 1.5. And try not to rush so much. It looks kind of like it's a bad time because of it. But does it matter? Does it really matter? I don't know. Hello everyone, this is Ryan from the YIMBY Arts Project. So, YIMBY stands for Yes in My Backyard, which is in direct opposition to Not in My Backyard. So, you might have noticed that rents are really, really high, and it's hard for a lot of us to buy a home. There's a reason why, and it has nothing to do with how much money is available. It has nothing to do with land use or not enough land. It comes down to politics, and I talk about that issue a lot in my channel. I am supporting Andrew Yang for president, as it says back there, because he has talked about NIMBY, Not in My Backyard, people, as part of the problem. And this is something I talk about a lot in my channel. And so if you're interested, please check it out. And I also have, I'm into making a lot of PowerPoints and presentations like these, so you can check it out here. This is how my understanding of housing politics, how it works. It's very complicated and very emotional, so you have to be careful about talking about these things, but I try to break it down into, little chunks that hopefully makes it a little bit easier to understand. So I do this a lot. I talk about systems theory, specialization, and also kind of the intersections between politics, technology, and housing. So if you're interested, please check it out, and thanks a lot, and see you in the next video. Okay, take care. All right, that went okay-ish. So I just need one. I'll wait a few minutes. Doesn't have to be perfect. I just get something out and see how that does. All right, I'm back. I signed up for a text banking session, but oh, whatever. Your intro to your videos, no Yoshinoya. I want to make a video about Yoshinoya. So after I took my brother to there, he's became a hardcore fan. I'm trying to make a quick ad. Systems theory. And this. Oh man, I've been here 6 hours. I think I put in my time today, huh? So much. Is that rents are really, really high. And they are. So you have direct opposition to not in my project. So YIMBY stands from the YIMBY Arts Project. Hello everyone, this is Ryan from the YIMBY. Okay. If you're interested, please check it out, and thanks a lot, and see you in the next video. Okay, take care. 1:30. Okay. It's about right. I was able to get a lot in. So need to hang out with. Well, I'm hanging out with my brother tonight. you know, he voted for Trump. You all know this. And at first he thought UBI was dumb. Now it's like, all right, well, if UBI is coupled with a flat tax, you could see that working, so I'm making progress. I don't think he's gonna vote, though. Honestly, I think he's just fed up with politics. No, he doesn't even like Trump that much. He just like, well, he likes parts of Trump. He doesn't like him that much, but anyway, YIMBY Arts intro video. Hashtag. Yang, I don't know, whatever. You can change it later. Okay, more black women views. I mean, she's got the sassy black lady thing down hard. She's really good at it. All right. Oh, I gotta wait for this anyway, so.
So I've been following this Joe Rogan, Bernie Sanders endorsement, and Bernie Sanders bear hug.
Oh man, she talks about Bernie all the time. She talks shit about Bernie all the time, and it didn't have to be this way. Like they pissed her off, and they went way out of their way to piss her off, and then now here it is.
This endorsement, and what's really tripping me out is y'all really think that black folks are supposed to be okay with this back of the bus treatment. Let me tell you something to the Democratic candidates.
Wait. Sack of shit, Joe Rogan. Wow. Oh man, this is gonna be bad, ain't it?
You have a choice in this election.
Oh man.
You can A, side with the base of the Democratic Party and
I'm kind of glad that, in a way, I'm kind of glad that Andrew Yang did not get his endorsement. Oh man, see, blessing in disguise.
Particular black woman who have powered the electoral victories of the Democrats, or you can B, side with the proud.
Maybe support. Yeah, but she's too negative. Well, not no, she's pretty negative. we got Erica. We got Erica. She's great.
Boys
She's super
Tiki
great.
Torch voters. You cannot do both. What you're not going to be able to do is court, embrace, and celebrate the Proud Boys, and then turn around and look at black people, shit in a bowl, and serve us a vote blue no matter who shit Sunday and say, eat up, bitches.
Eat up,
That's what the fuck is
bitches.
not
Yeah,
going to happen.
that's what it feels
Hell no, we're not going for it. Joe Rogan is a racist, transphobe, sexist, misogynist pig is what he is. I don't give a fuck how many followers he has. He's a pig. He's a lowlife. He's a scumbag.
Wow.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders thought it appropriate to amplify a person who sat up there and called a black neighborhood the Planet of the Apes and Africa and Planet of the Apes.
He
They're
said that?
interchangeable. Apparently,
He
Africa
said
and apes
that.
are inter-fucking-changeable to Joe Rogan. He has used the N-word multiple times. There's a whole clip of it. It's fucking disturbing. It's appalling. It's just disgusting. The filth, the sexist filth that's come out of this fucking asshole's mouth. And this is
Wow.
Bernie's guy.
Wow.
And to see all of you motherfuckers sit up there and defend this, all these bro pundits of Twitter, you know, you white progressive liberals ain't shit. I've been saying that you motherfuckers is racist as hell. You are perfectly okay with racism as long as it props up your people. The people that you want to win. Now, y'all sit up there and make it seem like everybody else is the fucking devil. Oh, you neoliberal corporate shields, and you establish people and the older black voters of Joe Biden. They're all the fucking devil. But Joe Rogan, he's our guy. Fuck y'all. You know what? You guys are going to have to learn, and I hope you figure it out quickly because you think you're really underestimating this point that I'm about to make. You have to earn the black vote. Just like you go out of your way to earn the white suburban vote, you have to earn the black vote. Starting with repudiating the fucking endorsement of a piece of shit racist like Joe Rogan. That's the least you can do.
They're not gonna do it. They're not gonna do it. Wow. Yeah, no. No, they're like, you know, they're like, black people were thinking about, Bernie Sanders, and, you know, they talk about this shit all the time, like, hey, look at Bernie Sanders, you know, you have so many African-American votes, you know, hey, look at how woke we are, you know, they say it like that. I'd like to think that the Yang Gang is a little bit more subtle. You know, we usually talk about it and saying, hey, we need to work on it, right? We need to work on the African American. We need to work on the Latino vote, you know? We don't go around bragging about it. That's a huge... They don't they're not gonna win. There's too many reasons why they're not gonna win, and they're just on the internet pretending like they are, you know? Yeah, they're just tired. You know, most black people I know, they're just like, they're just rolling their eyes at everything. You know? You could say the same thing about low-income communities too, right? They see through the bullshit, but they can't do anything about it, so they just like, you know, they just become apathetic. That's really the reality, you know. That's why most people don't like politics. Wow, that's fucked up. This is fucked up, man. Look at that. Oh man, see, this is exactly what I'm talking about. They're like, hey, you need mental health. I'll support her on that. See, this is like the worst thing you could tell a black person. Wow, you need to calm down and get some mental health treatment, uppity person. You know, like, wow. No, they are racist, man. So, yeah, see, most people love it, right? You just have this once in a while, some clueless Bernie person just wanders in and says something real dumb. I don't see any. Oh man, this. So any win at any cost. That's not a good look either, man. Yeah, see, one conversation at a time. You know, it's kind of like what Bernie is doing right now. It's the opposite of what we're doing. You know, we every conversation in Iowa. You know, that helps drive our campaign. You know, the more people get to know about Andrew Yang, the more people like him. Bernie has the opposite. Every conversation you have with Bernie people is just like, man, I like him a little bit less every time I do this. Yeah. I'm glad you read Twitter so we don't have to. I know the things I do for the clicks. You know, I deleted my Twitter account. And this is the only reason why I'm back on. You know, it's Andrew Yang. Andrew Yang is the reason why I'm on Twitter. Like, I don't give a shit about him. You know. Yeah, don't worry. Don't waste your time on the diehards. You know. Yeah, Twitter is very, very nasty, man. I was on Twitter because all the Yembi folks are on there, but it's just so negative. It's so negative. Yeah, like, I'm not proud of the things I did online while I was in San Francisco, and it's all Twitter's fault. Aha. Alright. Let's see if I can get this done. Okay, I'll save this, the Chinese homes one later if you're still there. You love her Twitter? Yeah, she just tells it like it is. Yeah, she tells what's on her mind. So, all right, yeah, you know, we gotta live with together, right? You know how I feel about Kamala, but it's fine. Life does not need to be complicated. Yep, that's true. Ugh. 5-character Twitter account. Wow, that's isn't that kind of rare? Man. Dude, is there a 1 character? You're just like at A, or you follow her YouTube? She has a YouTube channel? Really? I might. I think I do, actually. So, politics is going to be very unpleasant, you know. Why? Because we are going through a nostalgia phase right now, where people like Bernie Joe Biden and even Warren, you know, they're stuck in the past, you know, and they want to live it up one more time, but even though it's not working, you know, you don't want to be like, oh, I spent 40 years in Congress and got nothing done, you know, nobody wants to admit that, right? So I don't know, it's very sensitive. I hate it. Rich people need to grow a thicker skin. That is the solution to all problems. Were you there when I was talking to that guy who was like trying to defend his the whole shadows from apartment buildings because he thought that shadows make him depressed, therefore me blocking that apartment next to me is like self-preservation? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck, man? So ridiculous. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm not subscribed. Okay. I mean, it's basically her videos on YouTube, right? But I'll subscribe to her. She doesn't have a whole lot of followers, huh? I would have thought she would have gotten more. She might be actually around the same. She might have a similar follower count than I do. Nobody in Iowa. Yeah, I know. It sounds unpleasant, man. He's such an asshole, man. Oh God, see? That's the thing. See, I don't think Bernie people, the Bernie people never thought they would actually win or get close to winning. So their amateurism is now showing, you know, like not ready for prime time. There are all these like hit pieces going out against him right now, and then they have no means of I think it's working. Like I think it's working. Like all that negative the hit pieces are working because it's like, wait a minute, here's this nasty thing about Bernie that you never knew before, only because nobody gave a shit, you know. Now that he's like rising in the polls, all that shit is coming out and he's gonna get creamed, you know. You know, I thought the AIDS healthcare thing was bad, but he's bad on so many levels, you know, and that changes people's perception. You know, it totally does, especially when his followers are being like toxic as hell. So what? I mean, I don't want to rub it in too much, but okay, so I need to make this at least unlisted, right? No, I'll make this public. I'll just make it public. Then affordable housing near me. See, that's what I learned. And then I need a thumbnail, that's for sure. Probably it's too early to make it public, but oh well, it's too late. I mean, no, this should not be in any playlist, actually. See, more work leads to more work. Is there a thumbnail somewhere that is just like, take a shower, call it a day? Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna head out soon anyway. I'm gonna like I said, I'm gonna have dinner with my brother. And I'll try to take a picture of what I ate, I guess. I mean, I could use this cheesy looking one. I know, it's fine. It's fine. So, keyword variation tool. Andrew Yang. Yangs. This is not very good. Affordable housing. Maybe it's better with non-person. Nope, this too sucks. Okay. Andrew Yang. That did not do anything. Okay, this doesn't even work. Yeah, if you created a Twitter account, you might as well keep it, right? You can make it you can deactivate it without deleting it, right? So okay, I'm spending too much time on this. It doesn't really matter. NIMBY, it's just a reference video, so. And then we'll target this in California. Why not? Yeah, Chance, that's exactly right. And yeah, so I try not to spend any of these. It's not. I try not to I'm gonna make this my Hey, hold on. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so I try not to spend too much time on Twitter, and it's good for getting news. You know, it's good for getting news and like breaking news, especially, right? But oh man, civil discussions. No, thank you. Yeah, it's just like a trigger. Just, you know, it's like, hey, let's go on Twitter and get triggered, everyone. It's like it's an addiction, you know, and an unhealthy one. You know, let's go on Twitter and get fucked up, you know, like emotionally, right? So yeah, don't spend it, and if you get into an argument, don't take it personally, right? So read a blog from a blogger. No blog. Yeah, it can be distracting. I think I've been pretty good about that, although I do get sucked into conversations once in a while. Just trying not to do it, you know. Okay, well, this ain't working, so. Okay, so now all that was just so I can fill in that one part right here. Why? There we go. Covington Smirk. Ah. Yeah, you're not missing out on much though, honestly. So... Okay. Key ad formats. Oh god, there's so many. Image ads. Okay, this is not helping at all. Is it because I have to turn off blocking? Alright, Google. You better not have erased my work. Oh, fuck. It erased my work, didn't it? It replaced all my work. Fuck this. This is why I hate it. I hate it. Oh, I'm mad. Okay, I'm mad. Ugh. See, they make you do all the work and then they remove the work, and then am I getting paid for any of this? No. I did not see an option to save draft. That's another problem. So they do not care. God. Just $2 a day. Yeah, there we go, renters. I like how you can actually choose that. Can I choose one? How did this work? What the? What? Why is this different from the last time I did it? What? Content. See, I don't understand what this. Okay, so topics is different from. I don't know, that seems fine. Lots and land, commercial property. I mean, this is all. I just should put the whole thing. Real estate. There we go. Oh, you can actually target. Oh, that's a whole other. Yeah, man, this is a whole other thing. Ugh. Well, I could do this. Most of the Sonia is doing a thing. Like half of this is mine. Gentrification. See, most of the media stuff is actually anti-Yimby stuff coming from the far left folks, you know, and most of it is mine. I'm the only one on YouTube. But this one is finally one actual video that is actually relevant. So what happened to the keyword thing? Because this is not the same that it was before. Again, Imbi, Howling, Andrew Yang, Nimby. $15 images? That's a lot. A lot of images. I use this one. You know. No, up to 15. Okay, I don't want to use 15. I don't think I want Bernie on here then, if that's the case. Yeah. I need a logo though. Need a logo. How do you do a logo? Logos are hard. This is my logo, okay? It's a house. Okay. Here is the other logo. It's fine. Why was it okay before when not? Yeah, maybe I should add one more, huh? Okay, images are done. Gotta do this shit all over again. Hello everyone, this is Ryan from the EMB Arts Project. It's not a very good logo, I admit. Hello everyone. everyone, this is Ryan from the YIMBY Arts Project. So... Okay, so this is up. No, it's not. I didn't save it. Yeah, NIMBY logos are hard. How do I save this? Where is save? Should be it, right? I need to change that. Yeah. This is what happens when you have like too many things. Hot girl for burning. They're getting desperate. They're getting desperate. Trust me. Trust me. They're not doing all this because things are going well, you know. I'll check it out. I'm not against hot girls, but that does sound very disturbing, though. Hot girls for housing. Okay. Andrew Yang, YIMBY, portable housing. I don't know. It's a generic headline. It's like there's so many decisions you have to make about. This is the video that started it all. I was real pissed about SB50, and then there we go. Save. There we go. Save. Finally. It sounds creepy. But it's a thing a typical Bernie bro would do, you know? And the thing is, here's the thing, I honestly think that the Democrats are the new conservative party, you know? Oops. No, not here. Wow, man, I'm hot girls for Yang. Wow. I'm sorry. Gay rat bride. Is this even her picture? Is this for real? Like it's no, it's a bot. Wow, Medicare for all. Wow. You know she's probably crazy. You know? You know, she's pretty good looking, but how come you're on Twitter selling your body for a political cause that for a guy who doesn't even really care about you? Is this like a famous person? Is that her thing? Okay, I'm gonna stop now. I'm gonna stop now. It's getting is going in a weird direction, which I'm not comfortable with. Come on. Yeah, it's just you. This is my ad. Okay, that's just my ad. Okay. Now I gotta do this all over again, which I'm pissed about. Okay. Andrew Yang. Nimby. Nimbies versus Nimbies. Wow, perfect. Next. Nimby versus Nimby. Rages on. I don't know. Wait, what? I forget what I put. It was something like that. Yang and Andrew Yang. Oh, I know what it was. It was Yimby versus Nimby. Yang Gang. Andrew Yang versus Nimbies. Good. Then oh yeah, and then the last two were questions. Why is the rent so damn high? Why can't I buy a home yet? Nimby, doesn't fit. Damn. Okay, the long headline. Why is the why cost so much? Oh, I really wish I saved these, because those took a while. Business name, it's just called EMB Arts. Okay, let's not mess with that. Oh, I see how it turns out. Oh, yeah, this is what it looks like. That's when you get when you don't block them. This actually doesn't look that bad, you know? So... need to put a description. The solutions to the housing crisis for the ability. There you go. I mean, I don't have to put it all that. Why does... I mean, I need more descriptions. Fine. The battle between Yimbys and Nimbys. I still need more. Man, you're very demanding. Okay. You really want me to fill out all of it, huh? Fine. There you go, something more positive. Add to ad group. Finally, oh god, okay, god. That's what I needed to do. Okay. CPC, what is this? I wish I knew. Done. Done. Okay. 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 Okay, what's wrong with this? What the hell is this? FE? What is this? Oh man. What? What? Rages? Really? That's why? See? Dude. I can just get rid of rages. Like, I don't need it. Wow, okay. Okay, can I start it now, please? Now that rages is not okay. Okay. Well, it's enabled. So I'm guessing they're gonna start charging me. Now I just need 50 different versions and, you know, compare them all and see which one works the best. Okay, good. So my brother is heading home. Virginia gun rally. It's not Vermont though. Warren the Snake, okay. That's a very sexy picture of Marianne right there. I'm just like, I feel like I don't need to watch his speeches anymore because I kind of know everything that he stands for at this point. Insanely good news, okay, that's fine. Like, I feel like I know exactly what he's gonna say, and even in interviews, you know? See, the thing is, hot girl for Bernie, that hashtag is a little disturbing. I'm more disturbed by women posting that. You know? Because, like, man, take better care of yourself, you know? Who gives a fuck? You know? Why are you doing that for a political campaign? You know, okay, there was that tits for Yang thing, but come on. Ugh. Okay, I'm just like, I don't know. Why, you know? The problem with immigration, uh-oh, I'm not touching that one. Hillary ruined 2016. Now she's trying to ruin 2020. Mood mix? Wait, oh no. I thought that was Beezy.
Hi, I'm Andrew Yang. I'm running for president in 2020, and this is my mood mix. A song that reminds me of my childhood is Time Clock of the Heart by Culture Club, because it's one of the first 2 cassettes my mom ever bought me and my brother to introduce us to cool pop music. Time, oh give me time, time that makes lovers feel like they got something real. You know the rest of it. My go-to karaoke song is When Doves Cry by Prince, because Prince is amazing and that song is great. And it's just about in my range, or if it's not in my range, no one has ever told me otherwise. Song by my favorite artist is How Soon Is Now by the Smiths. I just love the Smiths. They remind me of my teenage years. It seems like they capture that era really well. I listen to a lot of gangster rap at various points. So when I was working out, I always had these like raps on my playlist, like Major Look by Nas, and Down and Out by Cameron, and stuff like that. F-A-B-O-L-O-U-S. That's how I'm clearly so buff today. Wow, what is my favorite TV show and a song therefrom? This is gonna geek out, but it's like my favorite TV show of recent years is Game of Thrones. And their theme song, my wife and I actually used to sing it when it came on, even though it doesn't really have any words, just like dun 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 dun. So that's the last song from my favorite TV show. Game of Thrones, don't make them like that anymore. They're gonna try. This Is America, we gotta say it. It's as much a video as it is a song, but I thought it was really beautiful, profound. So the people have actually written songs about the Yang Gang, and so I'd have to choose one of them. There's a song by MC Jin that goes, I think it's literally called Yang Gang Anthem, so you can just check that out. If you Google Yang Gang Anthem, it'll come up. Oh, geez. What's a song about this guy? I'm at a loss. Like, people don't make songs about narcissist reality TV stars, as far as I can tell. Yeah, well, maybe we'll have to make a new one after he's out of there, after I beat him. Head to head, November 2020. Oh, you need a Thrasher, 1990 song. So when I was skating in my teens, I was listening to a lot of Cure and Depeche Mode. So I would choose a Depeche Mode song. Enjoy the Silence by Depeche Mode. Then you could be skating to that and feel like you're very, very deep. You know, I don't think this artist is American, but it would be started from the bottom, now we're here. Started from the bottom, now the whole thing, whole gag is here, and we'd be celebrating in epic fashion. Because we all know this campaign came out of nowhere, and we are gonna go all the way in 2020, yeah! I'm Andrew Yang, and this has been my Mood Mix. They're great songs, listen to them.
All right, that was pretty interesting. Okay, I'm gonna take off. So I think I did enough work for today. So we'll see how that marketing thing works. You know, just $1 a day. You know, and we'll see how much of an impact that has. And then you know, if it seems like it's working, then I can increase the amount. And then I'll be the next PewDiePie. Oh man, great. What is that? Okay. Alright. Well, thanks a lot, everyone, for coming. I'll see you later. I'm not sure about tomorrow.